work with in some way or attend to someone's like elderly care, like elderly people. There's something about that that keeps showing up with you that you might wind up, I see you standing in an old folks home, but it's not for you. It's not you in the old folks home. It's you're visiting or you're there. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm going to back up a little bit so there's something kind of exciting between late August and October. And it's August 27th to about October 26th, those dates. There's something important about solidifying your work. Something gets very solidified. You're getting a yes, you're getting some sort of go ahead. Then, like a go ahead, like you know that it's stable, permanent, something important about that. And then in terms of your love life, I'm going to use the word unpredictable. And the reason I'm going to use that is because people that you might have known for a long time or that you've invested energy in could disappoint you, my girl. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They could disappoint you. I feel like people that you didn't realize were rooting for you are going to surprise you. So in these ways, I'll say this. I feel like you might have some surprise choices. There is a really strong water sign that keeps popping up and a really strong air sign that keeps popping up around you. And I feel like there's something that you emotionally have to really work out with this water sign. There's something that you have to it's about maybe like there's a lack of compatibility in schedules, timing, or how one feels valued. And I don't know that, and I feel like there's this other person that pops up that, because I got to say, my little Virgos always have plan A and plan B. and you could be you could be surprised at who pops up as plan B. Plan A, this water sign energy feels a bit complicated at the moment, and that is going to require some evolution of emotionally from them and you about what do you want, what do you value. Okay, and this is those eclipse. Sorry?
Oh, I was like, does that look like it's leaning more towards an X?
It could, but you've got some emotional things to work out the structure of the relationship itself.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the A1 Radio Network.
Hello. How are you? I hope you're having a great day and that you are looking forward to your future and looking forward to all of those possibilities. That's what we're focusing on here. Now, I'm Eleanor Grace and I'm here in London in the United Kingdom. And we're having some reasonable weather, just giving you a bit of a weather forecast there, as we Brits always do. So let's get going with the show now. We're looking at clairvoyance and psychic messages from those loved ones who are passed over in spirit. Now, during my readings, I always use the tarot. These are the Rider-Waite tarot cards here, and they will give us an indication, little indication, some insight into the timescales around the decisions that you've got to make or the events that are going to happen in your life, maybe the people who you're going to meet as well. They're going to come forward. And I will use my crystal here. This is a quartz and citrine crystal ball. Now, this is all about prosperity, and that's what my focus is going to be in today's show. My Psychic Destiny show is going to show you all about the prosperity that you can reach and some of the ideals that are there as possibilities for you. So possibilities and prosperity. We've got all the P's here today, haven't we? The initial of P. Now, during my readings, I will sometimes get names. I will always be able to connect with you, even though I'm a long, long way away. And what I need you to do to be able to get the most from your readings is think about yourself. Don't think about me. Don't think about the issue. And get rid of all that stuff that you've done during the day and just really relax and focus onto the future. And we do that very simply and very easily. So when you call in for your free readings on Moonstruck TV, then that's what we want. We want you to be relaxed and ready and able to give feedback and understand that this is a very sort of a good procedure to be able to let you know how psychics work, how clairvoyance works, and also how mediumship works, which is that connection to spirit. So I feel that what you will be doing is concentrating a lot onto all of the issues that are surrounding your lives. And we're going to Carolyn next in Massachusetts. So hello there, Carolyn, and how are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Yeah, okay, Carolyn, what I'm going to ask you to do is to, again, think about yourself, don't think about me during this reading, and we're going to take some cards and have a quick look into your crystal ball. So, Carolyn, the first card that I'm taking here, oh, well, this is lovely. This is for you, and this is all about connections in partnerships and relationships. So what we're considering today is your permanent relationship. So the partnership that makes you tick, the person that you love, that is around you, and how that is going to support you in your life. And what I'm feeling is that this is the big question that you have here, Carolyn. So it's that question of, well, you know, is this person for me? Have I lost something that I could have gained. Is it my fault? There's a lot of blame going on around you about this toing and froing over whether this particular person is right for you. Now, does that describe how you're feeling right now, Carolyn? Because it seems as though you want to have true happiness and that true heart here. So very much by your side. And yet I've got this distance and this difficulty and question, and everything being a bit hidden. So no real commitment, I don't feel, is around you. Is that true? Is that how you're feeling at the moment, Carolyn?
No. It's funny. I just had that conversation with my husband. I'm feeling inadequate. I feel like I'm not contributing in the relationship money-wise, and I don't want to feel like a burden, but my husband doesn't want me to work. He says, no, I'm supposed to just stay home and enjoy myself, and I'm a great wife and I'm a great caretaker. But my children are older now, and I feel like I should be doing something. And he says no.
You want to have something to do. You see, your marriage is here. That was the first card that you took. So it's interesting to hear your feedback because, as I've said to you, there is difficulty, there is this sense of distance. Where's the commitment? Where is that joint commitment, really? Both of you striving towards a goal. And of course, he will feel as though you've achieved it. You've run the race, you've got the prize, you're here now to enjoy yourself. But I do feel that that's a little bit shallow, isn't it? It's hollow, shallow, and you're worth more than that. And here you've drawn the strength card. Now, the strength card will always give you that sense of strength, but it's about patience as well. And I feel that this is what is going to be your ace card, if you like, being patient, being strong, not actually listening too much to him. I think he just wants you to be happy because he has that true heart. So he is genuinely caring about you. So I feel that what you will have to do is start something as a hobby. And just, I'm just doing this for now, this very sort of nice thing that I'm up to that is just going to take a little bit of my time and distract me a little and let that hobby grow. But I feel that your intention is going to be a lot bigger than that. You don't want just something that might turn into something else. I think you want to have a plan. I've got you planning. I've got you thinking about timescales, about that longer term picture. And you can't just fester there in the wilderness, can you? You want to be a part of life. You want to be vibrant and enthusiastic about all of the achievements that you can now make. And that's because your children have grown and gone and, you've done your job. You've been a great mom and that's been fantastic. But I feel that you must take this step now. It's really important. Let's have a look into the crystal. Let's see what the crystal ball has got to say for you. Well, I can see prosperity. So there's a lot more money for you, but this is earned income of yours. This is about what you have and not about what somebody is giving to you or what you're needing to sustain yourself. I don't see you taking up any causes either. And this may well be what your husband would like you to do, take up a cause or, join a charity, give something to the community or to society in general. But that is not going to sustain you, Carolyn. What you will be looking for is something that is much more personal to you. You want to have personal success, and I can see that prosperity here. Prosperity isn't always about money, is it? It's also about being successful, having some, real sort of, see that illuminated just a little, just turning the light on it. I can really see some, illumination here. It's the end of the tunnel. I feel that there's a group of you as well. So you will be joining forces with other women, I feel, who are in the same sort of situation. But it's not just charity dues and, doing this for society. It's much, much more about you deciding upon something that you like, something that you want to do, and making that into a business. So I feel that that's going to be you. It's exactly where you need to be. Queen of Cups is here. Now, this is a very important person. The Queen here not only represents you being so satisfied and so happy in your life, but also I feel that you will have this female by your side who is a great friend, giving you a great prospect. And this prospect is all about how you can make changes happen. And there's beauty around you, there's jewelry. I feel everything that makes a woman feel good, but I also have the written word. So you'll be writing a manuscript or a book. You could do a book. Everybody's got a book in them, so why not write about it? But I feel this is more of a manuscript. I don't know if you write music or if you've ever learnt how to read music, because I've got musical notes. Okay, well, that, again, remember what I've said, it could be a hobby that turns into something much bigger. I am seeing these musical notes. They're coming, I feel, from spirit, though, Carolyn. So did you have a mother, grandmother who was very musical, who played instruments and would read music? Is that why I'm seeing that for you?
No, not in my family. I don't remember.
And if your family have played instruments, that's interesting. Well, there's somebody here.
My husband's father plays a lot of instruments.
Ah, right. Is he in spirit, though? Is he here?
If he's here, yes.
So it's a message for him then, because there's a soul in spirit who's a lady who has come through to me showing me all of these musical instruments and notes and playing. So it's a message for your husband's father. That's your father-in-law. He's got to buck up. He's got to really try to be very positive. There's something that he's struggling with at the moment, perhaps his health or just, yeah, okay. Does he have any loss of memory at all? Is that the problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So it's strange sometimes how spirit works, but because I'm being shown these musical instruments and the manuscript and reading music, he wants to listen to the piano very much. I've got a piano that is playing. Perhaps you can organise that for him. It helps to soothe his mind and it helps him to connect to those loved ones in spirit as well. I'm going like this because this is a higher sort of level that he wants to reach to. And I feel that spirit are with him. Angels are with him. They're coming to sit with him, to be with him. So the message here for you, Carolyn, is to perhaps spend some more time, give him lots of visual images, photographs, but it's this music that's important. And the message here is to tell him not to give up. Don't give up. There's many more years yet. Even though he seems to be locked in, he's not going to be. I feel that it's a release for him, but it comes from music. And it comes from within and angels and his belief as well. There's this lady who will be connected to him, perhaps his wife, is a very strong, supportive person. And just close my eyes because I can see angels that are here that want to give blessings to you because you're so caring and you're so loving, and you have been. Do you know that, Carolyn? You have been consistent with your family. You're very well loved. And this is why your husband just wants you to take it easy and to take your time. But you will persevere. You will get together with this other lady, you'll create a hobby that's going to turn into a small business, that's going to grow into something else. And there's money here and pure enjoyment. Prosperity is about that fulfillment in your life, and that's a goal that you will reach. Now, I'm just taking one card here finally for you to just see what sort of, we've got the card of justice. So you're being told here again from the angels that it's the truth. That's exactly what you need to do. You need to be true to yourself now, as well as still loving your family very much and still being the perfect wife and mother and friend and, you know, great sort of homemaker. You can still reach out there and make something for yourself. Your father-in-law, troubled, but spiritual with him. His mother figure or wife figures with him. He's being told not to worry. Music, playing the music, classical music, the piano. I've got the manuscripts here. He knows the songs. So just give him that message with his loved ones passed over and he'll be fine. Lovely to speak to you, Carolyn, and I wish you well. I hope you've enjoyed your reading with me, Eleanor Grace. Now, I'm just going to our next caller, who is Wendy. Hello there, Wendy. Are you with us here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello there, and how are you today, Wendy?
I'm okay, I guess.
One of those days, is it? I thought it's a low energy.
I think every day is one of those days.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's take a card. Let's see what we've got for you. Just taking one of the tarot. Ah, wonderful. We have the World. Now, you couldn't get a better card here, Wendy, than the card of the World. This is about freedom. It's not about the world on its own or travel, or even though those things do come into your life, it is about freedom, and it is about you taking a few more steps now to that goal where you can say to yourself, do you know what? It's time for me. I'm just going to section out some of this time for me. And I think you've got to remember, going back into the past, long, long way, the time when you didn't have all of this caring, all of this neediness, all of this responsibility placed on your shoulders. So it's a time when you were much, much younger, even a child maybe, where you had dreams, you had hopes, you had those wondering ideas of what life was going to bring to you, that excitement about how wonderful it is to be alive and to be here and to feel all the things that we can feel. So overwhelmed is where you've come from today. And here is your point of freedom. So we're not going to be dwelling on all the bad things and all the negative things, because you have a true heart here. This is Two of Cups. So are you in quite a loving relationship? Because if you're not, then one is about to be given to you. It's like you are.
I'm not in a relationship right this second.
Right.
I do kind of have a complicated relationship that has been like over 30 years with children and stuff. But and I have a couple other people that, you know, kind of try to talk to me, but I'm older now, and that's just not where my mind's at.
Yeah.
My mind right now is on my kids, and, you know, just making sure that we're okay. And I'm also grieving at the time because my daughter, she died in April. So
I'm so sorry.
I'm still going through that grieving process.
Well, she's here because she's in your World card. She's right in the centre, if you can see that there. She's the girl in the centre with freedom. Remember, I was talking to you about freedom. So her spirit is free. Was she in a lot of pain? Because I feel distress. It may be you that I'm getting that from as well.
She had a lot of physical pain, and it was right there at the end. She couldn't walk. It was really bad, and she had a lot of mental issues too. So she suffered for about 9 years, and I stood by her side the whole time, and I went through it with her. So I'm surprised that I'm functioning as good as I am functioning at the moment. But she was 29, so she died right before her 30th birthday, and I found her in her apartment dead, so it's been a lot.
Well, she's with you. She is with you. Don't miss her because she's with you all the time. She seems to shadow you all the time. And you've got these unexpected surprises with the magician. So she comes into your dreams as well here, Wendy. And you will have noticed that. Do you wake up in the middle of the night, do you, about 3 o'clock? What's 3 o'clock?
Well, no, I can't sleep at night. So I'm kind of up. But sometimes when I'm up at night, I'll come across like 111 or 333 on the phone or something like that.
So what's 3 o'clock then? Why is that relevant to you? Because that's what I'm being told from her, that I've got 3 o'clock or 3 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. Maybe that's when...
That may have been, maybe that's when she passed. I'm not sure because I found her early that morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not really sure exactly when she passed.
That may be what she's telling you, just so that you know a little bit more about her circumstances, because she's gone to higher levels because the archangels are here with her, particularly Raphael, that I've got this sense of, this wonderful uplifting spirit that is with your daughter, and this 3 o'clock is being shown to me, as well as a sort of feathers everywhere, white feathers everywhere. It's like she's on a bed of feathers, so light and not in pain anymore. So she can float and she can, really sort of take her time. And that, I feel, is very significant here. She loved her life. She loved her life, but she did not like the pain. She couldn't deal with that anymore. She was more...
Even over the 9 years, she never gave up. She was still trying to make plans, but she also heard voices. So it's not her whole life, but like around 2016, one day she just flipped out. She just started hearing voices and stuff, and I never could figure out. And then we found out she was pregnant like the week after that. So I always put the pregnancy with whatever that was, but I could never find any doctors to help me to figure out what was wrong with her. And she just suffered for 9 years, and I stood by her side, and I was heartbroken the whole time. So I was grieving then anyway, through that situation.
It was
and I was,
Yeah, it was you that was suffering as well, wasn't it? You actually lived through it. You had the suffering as well, which is really hard to do.
It's very heartbreaking to watch your child go through a situation like that. That's very. I mean, she was tormented, not just mentally, but physically too. I mean, it was getting her both ways.
Tormented.
And she would still get outside of DoorDash and do stuff like that, but she had got right at there at the end where she couldn't hardly walk. She couldn't see real good. She couldn't eat because she would get choked, and I couldn't get any of the doctors to help her. They just let her sit there and just die, basically.
Oh, but you helped her. You loved her. You helped her. And you kept that spirit alive as well. Did you lose another child here, Wendy? Was there a miscarriage? Because I have another girl that is in spirit. Is that connected to you? Can I ask?
I actually had 2 miscarriages, but a long time ago. One was in, let's see, one might have been a set of twins, and one was just one. But they would have been around, they would be older now. Let's just put it that way, because my third child, which was my third child after my second one, is the one that died. And I got pregnant when she was like 3 years old. So she was 29 when she died. So she was 3 years old when I got pregnant the first time and had a miscarriage. And then the second one was after my third child, and she's 24 now, and that was 2 years after her. So they would probably be in their 20s.
Right, okay. But I feel that there's at least one soul in spirit who is with your daughter. So it seems as though the soul family has connected, that they're come from the same place. I'm being given a J as well, the initial of J, and I've also got the P here, which is what I started with, which I felt was going to be important in today. So, who is J in spirit? Who is that?
I don't know anybody that would have J. I've got an Aunt Ginger. That's a G though, but she's passed.
No, this is a J. Well, look, I'm just going to leave that one with you, because sometimes after readings, people just put it together, and you've got your daughter here with you, and I want to concentrate on her. So firstly, give me her name so that I can talk to her while you're here, so I can really get
the one that died, not the miscarriage, but the one that died at 29. Her name was Alyssa.
Alyssa, okay. Alyssa, she's very pretty, wasn't she? I've got a pretty face.
She was gorgeous.
Yeah,
gorgeous.
Pretty face. And big cheeks. I've got these cheeks that I want to just, Patricia cheeks. She
had dimples. She had really deep dimples in her cheeks. Really deep dimples in her cheeks.
Yeah, that's what I can see now. I'm connecting to Alyssa. There's tears in her eyes, but she had beautiful eyes as well. She wants to really sort of show you how much she loves you, how much she cares, and how much she was so grateful that you took away so much of her pain, which you did. And you took that away selflessly. It was a selfless act. There was a problem with a man, I feel, with her. There was somebody that was very forceful around her that she wanted to push away. So she's showing me that. I think that was a relationship that she had, somebody that she liked and then disliked a lot. You'll understand that. That's what she's saying. You will understand.
She isolated for 9 years. She pretty much isolated herself. She's pretty much by herself. So the only person I could think that she would be talking to would be her baby's father, but she didn't really have that much to do with him. But he had got the daughter, and she didn't get see her daughter for like 3 years before she died, because he had her, and he just never let her see her, or I'm not sure what the situation is. I just know she never saw her.
That must be the forcefulness that I've got, the presence that is so strong. Wendy, it's a wonderful moment for you to be linked to Alyssa here. She's going to come into your dreams, so watch out for your dreams. And I'm going to thank you so much for coming into the show. We're coming to the end of the show now, so do get hold of me on gracedestiny.com. You'll find my website, and you'll be able to book a reading or have an email reading. They're really popular, and we can carry on with this sitting, with this psychic connection. But lots and lots and lots of love to you, and your daughter wants to thank you for being so brave. So you must have been. Well, that's the end of my show. I've been Eleanor Grace, and I will see you next week. Bye-bye.
TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Judith Miller in Spirit with Judith Miller. Judith Miller. Live from miller-judith.com/Judith-Miller. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Judith Miller and Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, how are we doing? So, good evening to all the ones in the UK, and for further afield, good afternoon or good morning. So it's Judith and Spirit. Everything I do alongside Spirit. So I wanted to chat today. A lot of us, when we are feeling lost or when we've had some quite hard diagnosis or hard information to receive, a lot of us, we come up with mixed emotions. And I wanted to talk about share a little bit of my journey with you. Something I'm very, very passionate about is helping others. End of life is hard for each person who is going through that transition and facing that journey. Likewise, so it is as hard and as devastating for the family members and the loved ones and friends. And I wanted to talk about a little bit, because sometimes guilt gets in the way. And from a person, if we talk about the person who has received that diagnosis and who has received that devastating news, our life changes. It changes in so many ways. There's so many emotions come into play. There's the guilt, there's the anger, there's the fear. And there's so many mixed emotions that they might all come at different times. Not everybody is the same. But maybe we want to, maybe the person that I would be helping wants to talk about the diagnosis they've received, but they don't want to scare their family, or they don't feel that they can be open and talk to their family regarding that. And that's okay. You know, whether we're spiritual or whether we're not, it's important that we can just say how we feel. Should it be a situation that's going on at home and it's nothing to do with end of life, it's still okay to say how we feel. There are many ways of saying things, but speaking our truth, because when we bottle things up, it makes things so much harder. And sometimes we want people to understand, but everybody's not going to understand. You know, when somebody has been given a diagnosis like that, not everybody's going to understand what that person's feeling, because they can only assume they know what it's like. So each person is trying to protect each person. The loved one who's received that diagnosis is trying to protect the family and friends. The family and friends are trying to protect the loved one. And it goes round in a circle where loved ones and people who have really need that support feel trapped because they're too scared to speak up. And sometimes having an end of life support guide, it can be something as just someone to talk to on the other end of the phone, to have that cry to say what those fears are, to have that rant and let that out, those emotions out. Or sometimes it can go deeper. People would like to understand the spiritual side, when they come to that journey of transitioning, what to expect, to know that, you know, they're never truly on their own. Maybe it's to do with memories and keepsakes. Maybe it's support for the family, where, you know, although they're going through that journey with you, it's a slightly different journey for both parties. but that part and that journey for them is scary too. And it's learning to know that there is no right way and there is no wrong way. There's just your way. And that's what's really important, is to know that what way you deal with things in the process, in whether you feel anger or whether you feel emotions or fear, whatever comes up, it's okay to allow that to come out. Not in a violent way, I don't mean that, but I mean to come out in a healing way. Because we have healing on all forms, from the physical to the mental to the spiritual. We have healing in all forms. And sometimes having the option to say what we really feel and understand the process and the journey that person is on, or our loved one is on, can really make a difference. So I do want to say that I do help with end of life support guide. I do volunteer on a need-to-need, person-to-person basis. I know there's a lot of people going through many different journeys in this world, and they maybe haven't financially got that to help them. They maybe don't have a lot of people in their life. An end-of-life support guide is as much as helpful for the loved ones and families as it is for the person going through it. You know, to understand the spiritual side sometimes can bring a lot of peace, and it can help us prepare. It can help us a lot of mental and emotional healing can help us in many ways. Personally, I'm very passionate about my journey. I'm very strongly with my angels and guides, and it's something that I just absolutely love helping. I know we come across in different ways, but because we're spiritual, it doesn't eliminate us from those emotions or from those feelings, because we're living the physical life as well as the spiritual. And we were brought here to experience all forms of emotions and love and situations in our journey. And some to make us strong, some to learn from, and some to teach others. So if you're on your own, or if you're going through a very hard journey right now, don't be afraid to say how you feel. It's okay. It's not a weakness. And by just being open, if you feel that you find it hard, openly talking about it, write it down. Write down your feelings. Write down how it's making you feel inside. And just take that time to really put what you're feeling down in words, because it's a healing process. I know we might have received a diagnosis that we're going through the transitioning journey, but we can still do a lot of healing on that journey, which is helping us, the loved one. So memories, keepsakes, understanding each other's fears, family's fears and the loved one's fears, understanding the process can really, really help. And there's some really nice, really good spiritual end of life guides or doulas. Some are doulas. Personally, I'm guide, support guide. I believe that we all have a team around us, and we are all as equal as each other, and we're only a part of that team, and we all need that team. We need them as much as they need us. So it is a teamwork. But I do want to say, for anybody who is finding that hard or going through that journey, don't be afraid to reach out. You know, there are a lot of people in the world who's helping, a lot of support guides. There's a lovely lady, Nadia, I know, and she lives in the south of Ireland, and she's also an end-of-life doula. So when we look around, a lot of spiritual people are really reaching out, and they know that they can't change things, but they can help improve things for each person in their own way and what is right for them. Okay, it's your journey. It has to be about what's right for you. Before I take a caller, I wanted to just a couple of announcements in case I run out of time at the end. So at 9 p.m. tonight, I will be on TikTok doing physical mediumship from 9 p.m. and it's medium 1111. I've only one TikTok, guys, okay? Also, I do prophetic news on my YouTube channel with all the predictions of what's to come. Lots has already come true, with lots more to come. So that's on my YouTube channel for prophetic news. And for anybody not sure of the time, 9 p.m. UK time is 5 p.m. Pacific time. And also, before I finish, I want to say on a Tuesday evening after this show, I help lovely Alice Trevor from Scotland, and we do the Sparkle of Light spiritual chat show at 8 p.m. And we have different guests on every week to share our knowledge and help as many people as we can. So please join us and know you're very, very welcome. And if I can help in any way, please don't hesitate to contact me because that's what we're there for. Okay, so I see we've got Melissa in Dover, Delaware. How are you doing, Melissa?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking, Melissa. It's lovely to connect for you. So, Melissa, have you ever had physical mediumship?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I am a physical medium, but I do exactly like I do now. And if I have time, I'll incorporate the physical in with your messages, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Could you separate your words for me, please?
It's my accent, sorry. So I'm explaining I am a physical medium. I do my evidential and my physical exactly the same, just as I'm talking to you now. If you would like, and I have time, I'll incorporate the physical into my reading for you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Melissa, I want to talk about a gentleman, okay? And I want to talk about chest. This gentleman is very much making me aware of his chest. And I want to talk about palpitations. He's making me aware someone on the earthly plane receives a lot of palpitations and it's through a lot of stress. I feel it's yourself, Melissa. Are we there?
Yes, but I didn't understand. You say there is a man thinking about me?
No, there is a man in spirit around you.
Man spirit?
Yes, there's a gentleman in... Yes. I feel he's more of a grandfather figure. And he talks about his chest, okay? He's pointing to the chest. But I want to say heart for the gentleman. But somebody, I feel it's yourself, gets like palpitations and would get quite stressed, anxiety. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So can you understand the gentleman in spirit who's coming forward very much as grandfather?
Okay, he's my grandfather?
I'm getting a grandfather figure and I want to place him on mother's side of the family.
My mother's side of the family?
Yes.
My mother's father died when she was only 9.
Though that's okay. Our loved ones, it's ourself on the earthly plane that puts time. The spirit has no concept of time. And although our loved one may have passed when we were either before we were born or when we were very young, we might not know a lot about them, but they know a lot about us. Okay? So I do want to say this gentleman is around you, okay? And he talks about in the evening And he's also talking about feathers. Have you been finding feathers, please?
Have I been in others? What?
Have you been finding feathers?
Feathers.
Feathers, you know? Yes.
Not really. Not too much, no.
Okay. Keep an eye out. I want to tell you grey feathers. And the colours of our feathers all mean something. So grey is very much about peace, inner peace, outer peace, and harmony. Okay? And I feel he's talking about a grey feather. I can never change what spirit bring forward. I can question, but I can't change. So I want to talk about he's wanting you to find peace within. Okay? And do you understand he's very much, I don't use tools in any way. I just purely work with spirit. Okay? Melissa, I want to say he's talking about charges. Please can I ask you what you mean by that, sir? Okay. Was there a member of the family connected or caught up, whether it was in wartime or I want to say like an explosion of some kind going back in your family, Melissa?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. I want to guide you to ask mum or to ask within family. All messages that spirit gives, they will always be relevant. It's how we place them. And they're maybe not always for us, but somebody within our family circle or friendship circle. And I want to talk about trees. He's also showing me trees and somebody climbing trees. He's talking about a tomboy. I feel it was a girl, but quite tomboyish growing up, climbing trees.
My sister.
Okay. Did she fall and hurt her knee?
No, but I fell out of a tree when we were climbing and I hurt my back.
Okay. I'm seeing somebody land kind of on scuffing a knee, but he's showing me a tree. Okay. And I want to also, it's very relevant and it is a memory. So he's linking in the memory of you as children. Also, he's talking about Navy. So I feel I want to go back to the message that he was trying to bring forward. There's somebody within the family is connected to the Navy. And I feel that there is he's saying, yes, I'm not getting to finish it. He's saying about, yes.
Did you say the Navy?
Yes.
Yes, that would be my mother's side of the family. Yes, they were in the Navy.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad you could take, because spirit will never lie and everything they give us is true. We just have to place that. So I have to say he is talking and he's showing me the memories of you growing up with the trees and the tomboyish. And he's giving me more because he wants you to verify and validate who he is. So he talks about the Navy, but he also talks about there was an incident or a situation where there was some kind of explosion. I feel it is connected to this gym. He keeps saying yes as I'm saying that. So I very much want to give that.
Well, he died in a car accident. Is that the explosion?
Was that like an explosion?
Well, I don't know about an explosion, but he did die in a head-on collision. My grandfather on my mother's side. And she was only 9. And so we're talking really, really early, like 1930s or early 40s.
He knows everything about you. He knows everything about you. He knows your thoughts. He knows how you feel. He can feel how you feel, and he knows what you're thinking of. He knows what you're doing. And when he visits, he's around mum. He's around, family members. Although we might not know them, they know us inside and out. inside and out. And I have to stress that I don't want to add anything to what he hasn't said. I want to give you the explosion because I know it's relevant. And I know he brought in the Navy because that was relevant to who he was. I also want to bring in grandmothers now coming forward, okay? Go ahead, please. Okay, she is giving me flowers to give you, and she's calling them peace lilies, and she's going like this. Oh, you can't see me. I'm reaching my hands out to you, and she's giving me peace lilies to give to you. There's been a change in relationship. I also feel it between siblings. There's a change in relationship. She's waving her finger to me as if to say, she's trying to bring together. Does that make sense? I feel that there's disagreements between siblings. I love the way they chat. They're validating before I could even get your validations. So have you a brother, please?
A brother?
Yes.
My brother passed away. Both of them.
Yeah, that's okay. Because there's a brother coming forward, and I was wanting to make you aware that the brother was coming forward. Absolutely. So, Melissa, would you be happy for your brother to hold your hand?
Yes.
Okay. I don't need to know what hand it is. Okay. You choose whatever hand you want. Place it nice and relaxed on your lap, and I will help your brother hold your hand and pass whatever message is. Okay. I want to say he's talking about a prankster. There's
what?
A trickster, like a prankster. He would have played jokes. He messes with the lights. Okay. Have you had to keep replacing bulbs?
Yeah.
Light. Okay. It's not. It's him. It's the younger brother. The older brother joins in sometimes, but the younger brother is quite mischief, and he's making the lights and affecting the bulbs. And they giggle as I'm saying that. They're very much wanting to get your attention, just for you to know they're there. So I'm going to link in Melissa, and I'm going to link in with your brother and help you feel him in your hand, okay? And I'll pass whatever else he wants me to pass to you, okay? Okay, I want to talk about the month of June, and I want to talk about a birthday. Okay,
birthday in June.
Yes. I want to talk about June, and I want to talk about a birthday. There's a celebration coming up. There's balloons. There's a birthday coming up. Not past. There's a birthday coming up.
Okay? My birthday's coming up, but it's not in June.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes. I said there's a birthday. I want to talk about June. The month of June is relevant, but I also want to talk about a birthday that's coming up, not past. They're acknowledging. Okay, so they're acknowledging your birthday for you. Okay, and before I finish helping him, do you understand? He's talking about like milk bottles.
He's talking about what?
Milk bottles. I feel going back in time, and I'm going back to memories, back to childhood. I feel I want to talk about milk bottles. Did somebody take the milk or drink the milk before everybody else got it? There's a memory to do with the milk bottles that's very relevant. Okay.
Are you saying notebook?
Milk, MILK, milk. He talks about a memory with milk bottles.
Milk bottles. Okay.
Yes. Going back in time. It is very much a memory. And it's irrelevant because it was something that he did. And it's connected to the milk bottles. So it is. Okay, let me link in and let me help you hold your brother's hand, okay? Okay. Okay. So do you understand there's been a falling out within family, please? And I feel it's to do with the sister within the family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you understand I want to say both very alike, kind of very stubborn? Alike more than maybe you'd like to admit in certain ways and certain traits. But I have to say to you, grandmother is coming forward and asking you to amend. Life's too short. And sometimes it's over things that's not really important when we look at it in the grand scale of things. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So grandfather's talking about your hand, okay? Is your hand feeling like a lightness around it, please?
I'm not feeling anything really. I got my hand in my lap, like you told me to.
Okay. So if you just relax, Melissa, I can assure you, you will if you relax and allow. Sometimes we can be anxious and sometimes we don't allow it in. So if you can relax, let me see now. I have to say to you, grandfather is with quite a lot of people up in spirit from the Navy. There's a lot of people who was lost very early on in their younger days and they've all reunited. He's talking about a full squadron nearly. So he is. Okay. Go ahead, please. Let's link in for Melissa. They explained to me that Mum went through quite a lot, is what they said, and it's careful I use the correct wording. Mum went through a lot of hardships, but she came through those, and they taught her an awful lot and made her quite a strong person. Okay, do you understand, Melissa?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not going to get the chance to do your physical for you. I do the physical phenomena, but you're welcome to join my live at 9 p.m. on TikTok. I'll be doing live mediumship, so I will. So your card before I finish, guys, Melissa, is this. It's Horus, and this is telling you that your thoughts really do create your reality. It's very important because what we think we do create, and I have to say, big change is coming your way, but look at all in a positive light and be grateful and say, do you know what, I'm excited because these are all for my highest good and they will be. Trust. You think it, you believe it, you receive it.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. Thank you for joining me today. And you can find me at my website at www.readingsbydiane.com, on YouTube at Readings by Diane, on Instagram at Readings by Diane 603. And I also have a Buy Me a Coffee. If you like what you're hearing, you want to support me, you can go over there. And that is also at Readings by Diane. So, not a whole lot new going on around here at this point. So today, just hot. It's hot. Summer has definitely come in and it is hot and muggy. And apparently ragweed season must be starting early because my allergies have been flared really bad. And the bugs. Is anybody else experiencing really bad bug season this year? We have the biting, like the deer flies and the horse flies. There's two different kinds. They're big and they sting when they bite. Oh my goodness. And they're everywhere. They're horrible. I don't know why they're so bad this year. What triggered that? I don't know if it's because of the late snowstorms. I have no idea. I just know I've never, ever, ever had a summer this full of bugs. I can't go walking. It's miserable out there. I keep trying to go out and take a walk and I'm getting chased back home by the bugs. So if you are also having a really bad bug season this year, I'm sorry. I feel your pain. I literally feel your pain. It's bad. And even the stuff I use that usually repels all the bugs isn't working. These things are just impervious. So because of the allergies in my throat, I'm drinking a little tea today to kind of keep from getting too frogged up. And hopefully that works. So looking forward to today's show and to seeing who we've got for me today for a reading. Oh, and the dogs, they're miserable too. Like they don't even want to be out there. So it's hot, it's muggy, it's buggy. They're not happy campers with it either. German Shepherds love the winter, hate the summer. All right, and I've got Heather in Canada. Hello, Heather.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. Do you guys have a lot of bugs up there right now too this year?
We do. The mosquitoes are ridiculous.
Oh, I'm so lucky. Not the mosquitoes here, but those flies are just, it's just as bad.
Yes, we have horse flies that bite crazily.
Oh yeah, that's these. We've got two, like I said, two kinds. Deer flies and horse flies. They're big, they're nasty bites. Oh, anyway, what can I do for you today, Heather?
I'm just wondering if you have any insight. We have a family situation, a little bit of drama going on, and I'm wondering whether there's anything you can tell me.
Okay, let's try to frame that into a question for the cards for me. Is there a particular outcome we're looking for with this or something, or just to see if it's going to resolve peacefully, or what would you like to know?
Yes, if it will resolve peacefully.
Okay. And are there a lot of players in this situation or just a couple?
A lot.
Okay. Just wondering because I could get a lot of people cards. And I'm hoping I actually get things that aren't as people-y, just because it'll give me more about the energy. So all right.
There's some outside players kind of thing that are just in the background, but there's a few main players in the situation.
Okay. And family dramas are they're no fun. Oh.
Yeah, not good.
All right. Let's see what I can glean from the cards regarding how this is going to turn out. All right. So, the first thing that I have here, so I feel like this is something old that may have been put to rest in the past that has been like stirred up again. And
kind of.
Yeah, somebody for some reason kind of had to spread this, and make it grow. And I feel like trying to divide people away from each other, like they're trying to divide at least one person, if not multiple people, or one part of the family off from the rest of the family.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right. And then with the 8 of Cups and the 9 of Coins here. So the 8 of Cups shows me basically, that there's a lot of players involved here. This would definitely be like a big group. 9 of Coins, I feel like somebody's going to bridge between the factions. So if somebody hasn't already started to make peace, I feel like somebody is going to. So there's going to be at least, I don't know if that's you or if that's somebody else in your family that is going to do that, especially since next to that, I have the 6 of Coins, which shows me people gathering around in a conversation. Okay. So I really do feel that between these two, the 9 of Coins and the 6 of Coins, there is going to start to be this bridge, and then the 6 of Cups comes after that 6 of Coins. I have a lot of sixes here, and you'll see why I say that in a moment. But there are going to definitely be some emotional choices people have to make here. There may be some separation. There may be some people who do have to kind of go off and leave the group per se. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Then we get the 8 of Swords. And so with the 8 of Swords, there's still, I feel, going to be some lingering pain that keeps some people kind of stuck in this, or somebody is staying stuck in this. And it's probably the person, because it mirrors the Judgment card. I'm going to say it's this person who had to bring it back up in the first place. Okay. But the reason I said there were a lot of sixes, because then of the surprise or shadow cards from the bottom, the first one is the Lover's card, which again is echoing these choices. Sixes are always about, like choosing where we're going, choosing paths. And so I feel there's somebody definitely going to have to make a decision that's really kind of stuck in the middle of this whole thing. Okay. And they're going to have to choose sides. There's going to be no way around it. All right. But the 5 of Swords does show the breaking through this, at least for some of it, because we went from 8 to 4 on the outsides here with this sword breaking up through it. So I feel the stress and tension is going to lessen. Some people are going to have to make some decisions. you may have to make some decisions too. People are, kind of going to have to choose. I feel like choosing a side. Like this isn't, I feel like it's not going to fully resolve, but there's going to be some peace made by people choosing sides and then kind of a parting of the ways. Saw that too with that Six of Cups. I kind of saw like a breaking into two factions that, may just kind of each go their own separate ways, and there just won't be a lot of contact anymore. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's what I was really kind of feeling because of all of that choosing that I was seeing. Okay. Yep, and so I'm going to pull a couple of oracle cards here for you to see what else Spirit wants to say about this. Get extra nuances sometimes here. Yeah, sometimes, sadly, things can just never be the same, Yeah.
I hear you.
So obviously, somebody was still holding on to something that they felt just they had to bring up. And so I feel some are going to side with that side and some are going to go with the others. And I am definitely going to say that the oracle cards echo that, because we start here with exchanging gifts. So the first thing, again, I'm going to kind of say that peacemaker and that conversation around the Six of Coins that I saw. I do feel there is going to be a conversation exchange.
There definitely will be, yeah.
Between worlds, again, the transition, but the never-ending story. So I don't feel, again, that this is going to have a good, peaceful resolve. I feel there's going to be kind of a parting of ways, but the surprise card at the bottom, clean it up. So this is going to kind of clear things, and in the end, all's going to work out the way it needs to. Okay, Heather? So hang in there.
Okay.
Hang in there through it. All right.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your words.
All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Bye. So, yeah, sometimes situations don't always end up working out as peacefully as we would wish. But, when you're dealing with family, sometimes you just can't, because everybody cannot sit down and completely agree. We can listen to everybody, hear them out, but sometimes you're just not going to get two different sides to see each other's point of view. And, the cards reflect that very accurately. Like there was no fairy tale in there, I'm very known for that, for the fact that my readings spell things out the way that they are and give realistic outcomes. I don't lie, I don't spin fairy tales. And sometimes it just has to be what it has to be, and it is what it is. And with that, I wish everybody a really great week. I will see you all next Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I hope you're all doing well. I have had a very niggly cough the last few days, and I had a massive coughing fit before I came on the show. So hopefully that's all behind me and I don't go into another one. As usual, I have pulled 3 cards for you all to tune into. So just take a quick moment to think whether you gravitate to 1, 2, or 3. Remember, just take what resonates with you. Sometimes things haven't come up yet, so just keep it in your mind, and it might be relevant in the near future for you. Okay, if you have chosen card 1, the card that's come up for you is this one. It is influence. All right, I'm just going to read it. It's got some writing here. I'm going to read it out to you and then also give you what my guide has given. The card says, use your influence for change. You may do public speaking, social videos, or interview. Your voice and opinions are important. The messages that my guide has also added onto this card for you is it's also speaking up for others, whether it's to do with relationships, friendships, family, seeing if you can help give a new perspective as well. So finding your voice. Also, she's saying helping to clear the air around things. So maybe you need to be the voice for people as well. So just take it as it resonates for your situation, okay? The card that I've drawn with that is realignment. It's that one there, and it also says shift your perspective for a gained sense of clarity. And that is either for yourself or if you're helping others to give them a new sense of clarity. All right, if you've gravitated to card 2, the card for that is on the table. All right, won't put you on the table. And it says here, time to put your demands on the table and get serious about what you want. So that's asking for a raise, a promotion, or a step up. Okay, now what my guide is also saying, if you're feeling like you aren't being heard at the moment, so this could be to do with a relationship, or you're not getting what you want, it's like stepping up and making life better for yourself. And I feel like this potentially could be at home as well, all right? And asking for assistance, getting the pressure taken off yourself. All right, and the card that came with that that I've drawn is declutter. All right, now you may want to declutter your home, but if not, it's saying here, just let go of old items, create a new sacred space for yourself. So that is just lining up with the other card, which is just creating a new space for yourself, a new energy for yourself within the home. So what hasn't served you, just be like, this doesn't work for me anymore. Okay, and finding the happy medium, finding a place where you can be happier in your life. All right. If you've gravitated to card 3, the card for you is a wisdom. And I will read that out for you. You're called to serve as a mentor for someone or as a role model and guide who can show the way. Use your wisdom and experience. What I also got around that is don't hesitate to do this if somebody approaches you. So if you feel like, you know, you don't know enough or you're feeling nervous about guiding somebody, my guide is like, don't be. It'll put like a spring back in your step. You'll feel useful, and you'll feel like you can use some of the things that you've learned. Okay, because I do feel like you're constantly learning stuff. So if somebody comes to you for advice, please give it, all right, if that feels right for you. Okay, I'll get to my caller now. I think I've got Michelle.
Hi.
Hello. How are you, Michelle?
How are you? I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Hey, good. How can I help you today?
I was just wondering if you would be able to give me a reading. I don't know if you, like whatever you want to do. I would like to connect with Spirit if you do that. But otherwise, I would just like a general reading. If you could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Did you say, Michelle, did you say you want to connect with Spirit?
Yes.
Yeah.
My husband.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have Spirit here. Just, I do have a Spirit here for you. Okay, did you say your husband? I think this could be your husband.
Oh,
all right,
really? That would be so awesome.
All right, I'll give you what he's showing me. Just give me 1 sec. I can see him, this man is showing me that he's coughing and he's rubbing his chest up and down and he's holding onto his chest. Does that make sense for you, for your husband?
Yes, he had pneumonia, and he was having chest pains before he passed, and he was coughing like nonstop for about a month straight.
Oh, okay, that's not good. He has a message for you. He's saying he's sorry that he had to let you go. All right, meaning to go, and he's giving me that visual of I don't know if you watched the movie Titanic, where Rose was on the floating door, and you know, they just kind of let go. He's showing me that, and he's showing me that that's how he felt with you when he passed. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. He's also saying he didn't want to leave, but it was his time, and he's not happy. He's not angry, but he's not happy either, you know. And he's thinking more about you than him at this moment. And when he's talking about that, he's also saying, I don't know if he was like quite philosophical. I feel like he could have been quite good with his words, but he's saying, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care of itself. And he's also showing me that he's going to look after you. I feel like this has to do also with finances. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. And he's also saying waste not, want not. All right. So, you know, did he used to say that, like not want to sort of like throw things away, you know, necessarily, you know, I'm not saying necessarily, but he didn't like to waste things.
Yeah, no, he didn't at all.
Yeah. He's also saying, don't forget to breathe. Are you getting anxious about things usually? You know, when Spirit talk about that, they're letting me know that person might be getting wound up about something and they need to just sort of calm themselves a bit. Does that make sense for you, Michelle?
Yes, I have bad anxiety, and I've just gone to the doctors recently with really high blood pressure, and I've been having like short on breath lately.
Okay, so you know, like if you don't have like any breathing techniques, one that my guide gave me, and I've given it to callers before, is because sometimes I get anxious as well, and the technique that she gave me and has worked is to breathe in to the count of 3, hold to the count of 4, and then breathe out to the count of 6. And you just keep doing that until you feel yourself calm down. And that's really helped me. So that's something for you that you can try as well. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. I'll try to remember that.
Yeah, look, if you don't remember, so it's 3, 4, 6. Okay?
Okay.
And you can always watch the show back. All right? So you can get it again yourself. Don't forget that.
Could you tell him that I miss him and I love him so much?
Yeah, he can hear you, and he's saying that he knows that. Did he used to sit, when he would sit down, did he used to sit like with one leg over the other, like not like a woman would, but with the other leg sort of open? But he's showing me that, and he's showing me that he sits on the couch like that. So I don't know if he used to sit like that, but is that how he used to sit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of like
he's
with his feet crossed.
Yeah, he's showing me that. He's saying he still is around, okay? And where he used to sit, that's where he still sits. And he's like, that's my spot.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I feel like...
it's his recliner. He has a recliner there.
Okay, well, that's like saying it's his spot. All right. He's showing me, like I feel like he's quite intelligent, and also saying that you're quite resilient. All right. He's like, find the balance in life. Okay with that, so that you will know. But he's also saying, be careful, make sure he's good enough for you. All right. All right, you take care of yourself, Michelle. Okay,
I appreciate that.
Unfortunately, but everything's fine. He's watching over you. Okay.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, it's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. I was away last week, and so you might have caught a rerun, and here I am to do a live show. I also posted a new collective reading video on my Facebook page, Bernice Be So Psychic. I only have one Facebook page, Bernice Be So Psychic. That's it. I don't have Instagram. I have no other social media. I don't got time for that. But I do have time for you. And let's get started. We're going to start with the astrology at the top. And it has been intense. And I guess that's an understatement considering if you look at world news right now. But I'm going to do messages for each of the signs, sun, moon, rising. If you do or do not know them, you can go. There's some great websites to get your natal chart from. You can go get your natal chart. I use traditional Western astrology. I do use ascendants when I read sun, moon, and ascendant. So when I do readings for people, and I do whole house astrology, I do explore sidereal as well. But anyway, let's get started. You ready? Okay, B, get your glasses on. Got my glasses on. We're going to start with Aries, sun, moon, rising, Aries. Oh my gosh, this is your time to really lead in some way. And this next, I'm going to say 10 days, 2 years, 10 days intense, 2 years is the impact literally for everybody with the conjunctions. This week leading into a full moon in Capricorn, the second full moon, 29 degrees, joining a plethora of planets at 29 degrees. If it's not bolted down or if it's not propped up, it ain't staying, folks. Like, you're going to have to just learn how to release things. And this is going to be the big message for all of us in the next 10 days. You might already start to feel it. You might already start to recognize that energy. But for you, as an Aries, you have a chance to lead. You have a chance to step out. You have a chance to be first. And anytime we're first in anything, it's hard. It's hard and no one believes us. But you get to be first, and you get to be first in a lot of areas. And just be careful with any adroitness or ego or indulgence, as sort of this opportunities kind of just are ample, and they're going to start just bouncing off you. And so you're going to have to really exercise your judgment in what's your greatest good and highest order, because you can't do everything, Aries. Can't do everything. You're going to have to figure what your track is and stay in that track. Taurus, sun, moon, rising. Oh, you Tauruses, boy, oh boy, you got Mars and Uranus, Joss, and Pluto, and there's this huge conjunction that is literally triggering your identity in some way. Who are you? And a lot of effort, and know that any efforts that you have put into your health, your identity, your core character, beliefs, ideas, your eagerness to be there for people, your belief in possibility are all going to pay off for you little Tauruses. And that feels kind of good. I would say, for instance, if you've been practicing, it's going to pay off on the golf course. If you have been really saving, it's going to pay off the bank account. If you have been speaking up or you need to speak up, paying off in relationships. So all good for you there, Tauruses. Gemini, boy, you've got Venus and Jupiter just shining on you, and it's some pretty powerful energy. And then you got all this energy in Cancerian, which is your second house, and this is about harnessed energy in some way. Like, true partnerships are possible now, marriages are possible now. Harnessed energy, where you can pour that energy into one sort of relationship, where it's not spread or put into the greater collective, it's more individual. And warmth and contribution and real back and forth, real reciprocation, really maybe getting your needs met, really being heard, really feeling like, wow, how did that happen? Well, it's happening, and it's a good time for you to make full use of the genius of others, so to speak. Make full use of the gifts and offers of others there, Gemini. Cancerians, boy, it's Cancer season, and this full moon is shining a light in your house of partnership. It's a deep emotional culmination, something that comes to fruition, culmination. There could be some weird breakdowns in communication that you didn't expect, little crab. There could be where you're feeling, oh, I got to persevere. If you're in a long-term relationship, you might be dragging your knuckles through a few things. You might disassociate. You can stay real busy. Little crabs can be like that. They could be little workaholics. And so be really mindful about what are you avoiding, that it might come to a head. You might have to kind of stand in a few things, but also know this is going to be a time where your kindness, your empathy, your compassion, your generous nature, your giving, all those things are really going to pay off, and you could be really recognized or rewarded, or, hey, it might be your time to receive, right? Right? I like that, little crab. Okay, Leo, sun, moon, rising. Oh, Leo, boy, that Pluto energy across from you at 29 degrees of Capricorn are really requiring you to conclude anything that hasn't served you. This could come up really in a weird way in job, career, long-term partnerships. This could come up in a way, and this could even be with family or people around you. And this could be old fights or old arguments. Just they're coming to a conclusion. They're coming to a new, maybe something is let go of, and there's new energy that's coming in for you as well. And that you're like maybe welcoming this energy. Maybe you're like, I like this new vibration. But I do think there could be some heated conversations with maybe some close relative figures. So keep that in mind. This energy will pass. So don't go down the rabbit hole with them. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. I know you want to, but don't go down the rabbit hole with them. I want you to just stand back and observe and take a stance of gathering information. It'll pay off later. Virgo, sun, moon, rising, Virgos. A wish could come true. There could be some gain. There could be some opportunities, work, things that pop up for you that can be quite good. And, your love life, though, I don't know, feels like a bit hit and miss. You've got 2 planets retrograde, both in your sign. And then we've got this really heavy kind of unexpected energy, and that you could be pulled in a lot of directions. Make sure you communicate, make sure you let people know what's going on for you, so it doesn't create miscommunications. And that the word salvation keeps coming up. Like, remember, your wish is coming true. You could be redeemed. It could be like, see, I was right all along, or see, I knew this. I knew this was right for me, or I knew this is how I was supposed to do it. And look, now it's showing me the truth. And so you could really run into that this next 10 days there, my little Virgos. Huh? Is it nice to be right? Kind of feels good, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, Libra, sun, moon, rising. Oh boy, there's a real chironic wound around relationships and your value. And boy, you're going to be valued. You're going to realize I am valued, and that it could come in maybe dealing with emotions and money, finances, being valued, inheritances, estates, things that you could be emotionally attached to. But it's attached to your liberty, your freedom to be secure, make decisions, take holidays, maybe take some time off. You could pay off some bills, that kind of energy. And then and that could even come through partner. That could come through people around you. But I feel like you got to choose a dream. You got to choose what you're doing. You got to stay in your lane. You can't do everything, because I feel like you can also find some exhaustion with this energy, trying to get everything or trying to please everybody. Can't do it there, Libras. Okay, Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. There's some excitement and reconstruction and mischievousness and adventure maybe built into some of this energy. Certainly there is stuff around houses of partnership, and that could be anyone that you have commitments to: family, friends, romantic, employers, jobs, careers, clients. And that there could be lots of excitement and things, but handle things with kid gloves, because I don't know if you noticed, but got a lot of activity with your ruling planets, both Mars and Pluto, and they're all carry a light stick, because you can mean well, you could be direct, you could be expressing your feelings, you could be going about your business, and boy, oh boy, people can come out of the woodwork and intense. And so this is going to be a time to have a new perspective, sit in a bit of a perch so that you can really observe the bigger picture, not to react to one thing. There could be a whole plethora of things going behind, or going on behind things. I do feel like there is really great news for you in terms of opportunities to travel, opportunities to get away, opportunities to forward or advance yourself, your reputation, your purpose, your goals. There's something really that's going to help you jump ahead. And, you know, Scorpios, if they're intruded upon or felt put upon, they can be kind of rebellious, a bit of a revolt, a bit of like, just be mindful about that, because this is temporary energy, and we don't want to do anything permanent. Sagittarian, sun, moon, rising. It's about your work. What are you doing about your work? What are you doing about your commitments? How are you going to work in a new way? How are you going to work in a better way? You might have felt really pressed upon, or for some reason really needing to work hard, and you might be getting to a place where you're disillusioned with it. You're like, this isn't worth it. What am I doing? And so you could be really looking at how to work smarter, how to really bring your career, your finances, your earnings to a better place where you can find some work-play balance. Because if one thing that Sagittarius love, they love play. And if you're not getting enough of that, that could come in. And that could even, remember to work your energy out through vigorous physical activity as well, because this could be high intense energy and that you're going to need to burn it off, or it could really overwhelm you and feeling depleted. And so remember, keep that energy flowing, really physical. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising. Boy, that full moon, emotional. And it's all around what you love, who you love, who's loving you, sex life, fertility, woo-woos, I don't know, that kind of fun stuff. Your glory, your reputation. You could be the belle of the ball, for gosh sake. So that could be kind of fun. But you could also be dealing with people who are really narcissistic, people who are really self-absorbed. You could be dealing with really feeling like you're going to have to maybe really stand up for yourself in some way, and know that you count and you matter. And that's going to really come around maybe coworkers, people you're working with, people you work for. You know, if you're like, don't overlook me, don't pick someone else over me, don't, because I work hard. And I feel like you want your work to be recognized as well. And I feel like that could be a place you might stand up for yourself. Aquarian, sun, moon, rising. It's all about your friends. Who's your friend circle? Who's in your friends? You could have opportunities to go on a retreat, a getaway, a picnic, just even if it's an afternoon or a weekend. There's something about your friends, your social, really feeling accepted, new friends or old friends coming out of the woodwork for new old relationships. There could be some exciting last minute, hey, you're invited to, hey, I'd like you to come show up and be with me. And so that feels kind of good for Aquarians, in that this is going to be a time where you might feel really accepted and have a good friend circle, or accepted into a group, accepted into a league, accepted into school. You can get some good news around stuff like that. So that could feel kind of good. Where it might feel good is really where you harness your energy. You know, sometimes it feels like too much information. Other times it's like you're not sure what to say. And I feel like this is going to be a time for you to really figure out how to express yourself in a really authentic, real way. That's your quirky, lovable, wonderful, exciting selves. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. Your planet's retrograde. This could be a summer where you're like, I need to just go to the beach and I need to hide out. I want downtime. I want a bit of peace. And I feel like you might be really retrospective, looking into the psychology, looking into the spirit, looking into those realms for you. And I feel like this could be quite good for you in terms of really getting in touch with your psyche and what's been triggering you, what's been motivating you, what's been exciting you. I feel like you're about to embark on a number of eclipses that are going to catapult you into new timelines, big timeline shifts. So you're preparing yourself spiritually, mentally, and psychologically to handle all of that stuff. And so thank you. That's the next 10 days, sun, moon, rising. And I've got Kathy in Manville, New Jersey. Kathy, how can I be a... We lost Kathy. Okay. And so you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I read full-time out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I read for people all over the world, whether it's in person or on Zoom. I'm also a painter. And I don't know, if you go to my Facebook page, you can see my paintings, but I'm also a painter. And I've been this last week really channeling a lot of paintings that is going into a new psychic work project that I'm working on. And so stay tuned for that, because there's some exciting stuff around that for me. And who do I have now?
I'm Kathy.
Kathy, you made it back to me. Okay, so we got disconnected, but you're back, and I'm happy you're back. My name is Bernice Bisson, and I'm a psychic in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and I'm here to be of service to you. How can I be of service to you today?
I'm looking at my job that I'm currently at right now, and I'm just kind of wondering if you can see anything with that, or
let's talk about
helpful information.
Thank you. Let's try. I try to be helpful. Let's see what we can look at in terms of career, job, where things are going with your work. I feel like you have been thinking about something new, and it could even be something extra that starts. And I know you're like, oh, I don't want to work more. But there's something about, you could have two things where you split your time. You could wind up having a secondary role or work, and you're really focused in part of this changes with your work. Maybe not so much about, it might be focused on money. Like you could be focused on, it's the money. I need to really look at the money. And I'm going to say, you have something coming up within 1 to 3 months around work opportunities, and you're really thinking about, and don't feel shy or bad or like, oh no, if it's like maybe part-time, or it's something that could be termed that would lead to something more permanent. And I feel like, don't be disappointed by that, because I feel like that could actually turn out quite well for you in terms of this work. I feel like your money would increase with this work opportunity, and it would increase maybe even by about, I'm going to say $600 a month. More like in the end of things with this change. I do feel like you could even be looking at, like I said, this next 1 to 3 months. I feel like I'm supposed to say September has offers and opportunities, particularly by the second week of September. There's something about offers and opportunities. There's more money to be made within the first and 3 years of this job change. It is in service to high needs people, or you'd be having to really meet the needs of, or you would have to be available to meet the needs of high needs people in some way. And that there's something very much strengthening for you around this work. And if I may, maybe there is a decision about making a much bigger change in your work. Like you could be really thinking about redirecting your work as a whole. And I do feel like you're getting a yes on the offer, you're getting a yes on the acceptance, you're making a decision. I feel like it comes up, and it's something that you might have. I actually feel like this work that you go into might actually lead to a move, or a decision to change where you live. First comes this job change, and then there would come something where you would actually look at moving, or there'd be opportunity to move, and it feels quite happy. But I'm even going to say you'll know about this by the 16th, 17th of September, that it has an increase in your finances. I just keep getting the feeling, Kathy, that the care of someone seems to be resting on your shoulders. And
yes,
it's going to, and this is part of the decisions around maybe your worries about money, work, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go with things? I actually feel like you're very good at the care of people. I actually think it's probably a superpower you wish you didn't have, but here you are. Here you are. And I don't know if I'm going to just kind of message you a little bit more because I only have a few minutes and I feel like you actually have more than that question. I feel like you just asked me that because it was like, that's my biggest worry.
Right.
Yeah. So my other things that are going on for me as I'm talking to you is this. You have the care of people, which has been really heavy for you. And there's actually two people. There's a man and a woman. I don't know. I feel like there's a man who passed. And there's also the care of laying on your shoulders. There's somebody with a bad back. And I hope it's not you. I hope it's not you struggling with this. But the lower back side, something about this keeps, as I'm talking to you, there's a real decision about, and if I think of the care of people, there's also a real decision about finances. And this could be theirs, estate, money. And I feel like you could be trying to bring people together to talk about what to do. And it could be that you're holding the bag. And that just know this, your karma is really being served to you in a good way. You'll see like all the effort you're putting in is actually going to come out. And I feel like don't be worried, but there's something about you having to go in the next 1 to 3 months. And I feel like it could be part-time leading or what feels like not full-time. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Janessa, rhymes with Vanessa. Hello, Janessa. Hello. How can I be of service today? Oh my gosh, I am actually fantastic. I thank you for asking. My name is Bernice. How may I be of service to you, Janessa?
Are you like a medium or you just do readings?
Well, you just asked you. I only have a few minutes, so you ask me whatever might help you.
Okay, looking for like anyone on the other side that's passed away.
Anyone on the other side who's passed away. You know, it's funny because I'm going to hold up a message I was writing earlier. I don't know. I'm going to, whoops, there we go. And you can go back to the recording and you can look at it when they post it. And Janessa, you know what? There's a woman and two men. And there's something about a cat spirit too. So I don't want to get weird, but there it is. And I'm supposed to tell you that there is some challenges that might happen in family. And I keep thinking you're on one coast, but there's travel to another coast and that this is going to come up. And I almost feel like, I want to say like a grandpa figure and then like an uncle figure. I don't know. There's these two men. And that there's going to be travel to another coast for you. It could be people coming together. It could be people, but you're going to know about this within a few months. So I don't feel like it's that far away. That there's a number of letters that kept coming up. There was a strong J and a strong D. And I kept seeing the image of fish, which I don't know what that meant yet. But fish, fishing, fish. And an A, starts with an A. I guess that wasn't super helpful, but may I ask you a question? Can I ask you something? Thank you, Janessa. Do you know anything about a couple of babies, like twins or two?
No, nothing with twins.
Okay, then there's there's a boy and a girl showing up in your family, in your circle. And they could be around the same time, at the same time. And I'm going to go back to this woman because the girl's going to have the woman's name that passed. And it seems to show up like, I'm going to say you might know by April what I'm talking about. Okay. very specifically about this girl. And that, may I ask you one more question?
Sure.
Okay. Did you travel with your mom? I don't know, recent-ish.
I traveled to visit my mother.
Travel to visit your mother. Is that what you said to me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I feel like this woman who died, she talks about traveling to visit or traveling with your mom, traveling to your mom. And I feel like there's something about not your wedding, but a wedding that's coming up. People are coming together. It could be on a different body of water or a different place. That's not how, but like you might know about this coming up even in the next, I'm going to say less than a year. And that there's a woman in your mom's family right now who might have some health issues. And that burden could be on your mom, or that burden could be around your mom. And that she might have to deal with that, and just know that her angels are there, that her family is there. And I'm running out of time, so I have about 30 seconds, and I'm just going to say there's a strong R name as well. I don't want to wreck it, but that shows up as well at a male name. That's going to be really important around some of what I just talked about. But I do think your mom, you're going to be hearing about something about family and a gathering coming. I just see you there, and I feel like all in good order. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, Janessa. And I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. I was away last week. I am back for the rest of the summer. And I do have weekly videos I put out of a collective reading. And then I also read in person, and I read out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I read on Zoom. I do psychic and medium work together. All my readings are recorded, and that you can find me at my website at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I do wish you love and light in what feels like bumpy times, and that I wish my American friends lots of love and light for all the things that might, have been going on this last week, and that I wish you peace and love, and that, hey, Canada is a great place to visit, so come visit us. Okay, have a great week, and we'll see you in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. I hope you've had an enjoyable week. So this week with the planets, the main trends that we have coming up this week, which is going to be on my Tuesday, the 17th of July, but for other people around the world, it will be on your 16th. We do have Mars and Uranus conjuncting together. So you might suddenly feel the energies coming together over the weekend, but they will actually hit on Tuesday. This is in Taurus. This can bring about unexpected strength or unexpected frustrations or anger. This could be affecting where your security is or what you value. It may even come across as like different freedoms. There also could be about financial too, and it might it could also bring about some sort of reality check for you as well with this conjunction. A few years ago, not the last, I think the one before last, the conjunction, that was the January 6th event. So that was very Mars and Uranus coming together. So we'll have to see what happens this time around the world when these two planets come together. But it just, if you're someone that could be quite calm, you might get unexpected anger, but it could be unexpected strength too. I have a feeling about a lot of securities. We've also got on the 12th, so today we have Venus coming into Leo, and it's also opposing Pluto. So with this aspect, it is also about financially. When Venus in Leo, I feel like it's a fun time to be like creative, wanting to be social. I also feel like wanting to know your value as well coming in with this. I feel like there could be some sort of feeling like limitations or like some sort of trapment here with that opposition to Pluto. This could be about a certain change, big transformation to do with relationships and finances with that transit coming in. When we've also got the Mercury that's also in Leo with the Venus there too, I feel like people are questioning about, they don't want to rock the boat, or like what will they say, because they want to get they want to give people a good side, or they're having that courage to speak up too. But I also feel like there's a sense of, I keep on hearing value. In my head, I keep on hearing the word value. So I feel like this is all going to bring up things sort of what we value too, and also what we take pride in as well. Because we're in Leo. Leos have a lot of pride, and that pride gets bruised the ego. The Leos feel a bit down. So we've also got this week a square with Mercury and Mars. I was speaking up as being short-tempered, so that might make you a bit of a short fuse this week with that transit. We've also got a tri with Mercury and Jupiter. That's going to be there till the 14th. That's helping you with, and I think that's giving you a bit of that boost in that communication that's coming up. And then we've got a sextile with Venus and Jupiter, which is also helping you with relationships. Again, feeling quite social, like going out partying, but also expressing your creativity, expressing yourself too. I feel like that's coming in. What I've got written down here for this week, I've got passion, like expressing yourself, feeling like you have to keep moving, like not wanting to keep still or stand still. Can feel like you might feel like nothing's going right. It could be that feeling that way nothing you do is going right. Could be a sense of some of these aspects that make you feel this way. There could be some sort of like shocks coming up this week. And I was getting some about reality. So your sense of reality might be changing, or you might feel like you want to escape reality, with where we've got those Saturn and Neptune in Pisces in retrograde. And it could be a sense that you feel like you just need to take a break, or wanting to break free from limitations or what's limiting you. I feel like this week's going to bring about a mixed bag of feelings. Might be trying to like keep the pressure down, or want to keep the pressure off. As I said before, like needing a new reality. And I've got here not wanting to rock the boat, and not want to rock the boat what's coming up. And it might feel like you don't fit in. The sort of questionings that are coming up here for this week. So it is going to be quite an interesting week for in our own lives, as well as what's happening around the world this week. So we'll have to see what is going to happen. I do feel there's going to be a lot of shocks. There are a lot of tries and a lot of positive aspects coming in too, which is going to help us to get through the week. So it's going to be a mixed bag and a lot of positive, but I feel like a lot of questioning for people too. It's coming up. Okay, let's go to the caller. So we've got Ali, who's in Sault Ste. Marie, Orlando, Canada. Oh, Canada. So hi, Ali, how are you?
Good. Thank you so much for taking my call.
That's okay. How can I help you today? How can I help you today, Ali?
Pardon me?
How can I help you today?
Oh, yeah, I've just been really emotional. Like I feel like I'm on a roller coaster with all sorts of different things.
So I just love to have some like support and just anything else that comes up.
I just feel like you're craving stability. Like you need something to hold on to, something. It's like I was saying about the reality check here. You need something that's going to feel you, where you know where you're going, you know where you're happening, where you just feel very safe and secure. I feel like that is what you need. And I feel like when we get into, say, spring, but it's my spring, September, you are going to feel like things are sort of starting to calm down for you. I feel like there is a shock. I feel like there is a shock coming up for you as well. But I also see it as a male trying to talk to you and you don't really want to hear what they have to say. And I feel like that, I feel like they're sort of causing the instability around you. But you don't need them. You don't need their opinion. You don't really need, you don't need to hear. But I just feel like just this person who's standing up and then you are sort of not wanting to hear what they have to say. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Okay. I feel like also there's cross boundaries here. There's boundaries that are being crossed, or your boundaries aren't being respected. I feel like there's a sense here that you're going to have to push back, especially by the end of the month here, where you're going to have to set some new goals, but boundaries, like where you are, where you stand. And you're going to have to not let this person go over these boundaries. They need to respect you a bit more too, as well. Okay, and I also feel like, so your mum wants to help you as well, but I don't feel like she can, or she's saying mum, I'm seeing like she wants to help you, but I don't feel like she can help you. But I'm feeling like she wants to help you. Is what I'm hearing.
My mom passed away. My mom passed away like almost 20 years ago.
Oh, okay. Like, so she was like a gentle person, and like she was always there, like a rock, like always there for you.
Kind of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I just heard like I'm gentle, and then I've just got and I feel like this lady knows, like she knew what to say to calm you down. Like I feel like if you're in a panic, or she had like a lot of wisdom, but she knew what to say to sort of, and like to make sense, or to keep you, it's like stable. Like she makes this stability around you that I feel like that what you had with her. I also feel like she wasn't bad at cooking. I see her making pancakes. Like she's making a batter. I feel like it's pancakes with the maple syrup with her too. I feel like she always had to make a good meal for her. But I also feel like this lady always had something to do. Like she was always busy. Like she's using her hands. Like she always would have something to do or something on. She wouldn't just be sitting around. I also feel like she was like heavily involved, like with like school, or like an advocate for you, like when it comes to like schools as well too. She does want you to be happy. I just feel like she's there around you to support you. But I feel like, and for her on the other side, like her hands are tied here. It's like you got to do this yourself, as well. What's going to happen? There is a new job coming up for you. This card, a new job standing out means I do feel like there is a new job coming up for you as well, which is going to help you to get the new card that you need as well. So I feel like there's a new card that you need, especially like when we get to like January next year. There's a new car that I feel like you're going to be getting to as too. Look, I'm going to say there is a friend by your side, the female friend that is there to help you, and I feel like that she's got your back. But it's kind of like I've got this friend that she's going to be there to sort of help you. It's like everything is a little bit chaotic at the moment around you, but you're going to have to make changes. I feel like July through to September to help make everything more stable around you. Too.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense? Okay. Oh, great. Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah. Do you see what's coming up for me around work?
Around work, did you say?
Yes, around work, yeah.
Okay. Well, this new job is standing out at me here, and this card. I put that card out with a new job. I do see a new contract. I do feel like it could be promotion that's coming up for you. You are going to be happy, and this is a strong foundation. I feel like with this job, it's like laying down the bricks. So I do feel like it is a strong foundation. There is a congratulations there for you. It's like you've earned it. You just deserve this promotion, and it's like also the sense of feeling more free with this job too. And I get a sense that you'll be very happy. But you need this job to get the new car. I feel like you need a new car. I feel like January you're going to get a new car, so you need this new job that's coming up for you for the car. That's what I feel. Don't be scared to let go of something that you don't need anymore, that's too old, because you need to start embracing new things in your life. Okay? Okay, thank you for calling in today, Alice. Okay, thank you.
Take care.
You too. Bye. Okay, everybody, if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. So I hope you all have an amazing week, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Well, welcome to Sacred Insights on A1R Psychic Radio. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon, where I love to talk about all things having to do with spirituality, psychic, energetics, and the moon. So we have the full moon in Capricorn that we're building up to. So it's closely connected to psychic and intuition. It is about uncovering what is hidden, bringing to light the unseen. So since we're building up to the second full moon in Capricorn in a row, it is a blue moon, basically, I think is what is considered to be a blue moon. And it gives us a chance to work on releasing something twice, since full moons are about releasing. And each moon phase is connected to your rising sign and the house that your rising sign is in. And so whatever that has to do with you personally is going to be where it will be affecting you, at least there, if not in other places, but that's kind of the main concept of it. So you can check the house your rising sign is in and see what that house represents. Now, it is a time to look into what area of life needs an emotional detox. That's just something that is really good when it comes to full moons in general. And if you're resisting releasing this, maybe holding on too tight to it, you can do some shadow work around that. Now, I pulled some cards for us, and I first pulled a crystal card from the Crystal Spirit Oracle deck, which is right here. And we got watermelon tourmaline. So the meaning is seeing the perfection in the moment. Allow your inner peace and natural state of joy to support you. The universe is here to guide you, and remember that unconditional love is ever present for you by the universe. So allow bliss to radiate outward, and don't sweat the small stuff, and simply be present. So maybe that is all we need to do to be able to let go and release resistance or release what it is that is affecting you. Just allowing the joy, the enthusiasm, and the optimism to be present just by acknowledging it. You know, that's actually our natural state of being. So we acknowledge that you have the ability to co-create with the universe, with the divine, and don't get distracted by drama. It keeps you from the present moment awareness. It's not easy, but that's just something to be mindful of. Well, it can be easy. I shouldn't just say it's not easy, but it can be easy. We can allow things to be easy as well. But your power lies in the present moment, and which helps life to become clearer and brighter in every moment. Now, I also pulled some cards from a Life Purpose Oracle deck. So, let's see. Okay. The first one was author. You have a book inside of you that wishes to be experienced. Make the time to write. But then I also asked for another card, and it came out books. This happens to me all the time when I pull cards, but I know I don't pull them on camera a lot of times because I need to get everything written out a lot of times ahead of time. But this is what came out. And so some of you, this is talking about actually teaching, whether you are an actual teacher or there was somebody like a mentor. So I was picking up for some people, a female loved one in your life that was either a mentor, like a grandmother, a teacher, or a guide. And they're around you at this time. So your soul is a teacher though. And you have gained so much knowledge and wisdom over lifetimes, your soul's journey, that you had some type of role model who also helped bring this back up for you in this lifetime. And they sparked a curiosity or a love of learning and a love of also reading for some of you. And I was hearing that it is about embracing your divinity, is what the angels were coming through with saying. Much of society is programmed to think that we're not worthy, and especially females. So it's time to unlearn that. These are outdated mindsets and align to what is empowering you. Like you have this message to share with the world, with this book's and author message here. And this is something that is true to you. So it is about your authenticity. It's about what lights you up and that joy that sparks within you to be able to emanate out to whoever it is meant to touch. As always, we teach by example, so there's no need to go out and try and find people to necessarily assert certain things towards. Not everyone is for us, and that's okay. That's fine. It's as it should be, actually. So, no surprise when I pulled an angel card and got the throat chakra. So the angels are helping you speak your truth in a loving way. So I was feeling this message was talking about, be in alignment with your truth. It's about people pleasing. It's not as easy to do that. If you're people pleasing, it's really hard to be in alignment with your truth. But it will be okay to go ahead and speak up. I'm feeling somebody needs to do that. They're worried that is going to create a problem or, unlovingly, like the card was saying. But it's okay, if it is your truth, it's not wrong. And sometimes, a different perspective is needed. So even if the other party doesn't necessarily understand, sometimes that is important and needed to do. Okay. Uh-oh. Let's see. I'm getting a call on my phone. I'm not sure if it's messing up with my camera or not. Okay, so having that new perspective is, needed at this time. When we have we have some shadow messages. We were talking about shadow work a minute ago. So we have artificial heart and masquerade, and these also have to do with authenticity. So, they're both having to do with not being able to express yourself, because of the patterns, and to speak up for yourself or to do what you are, feeling called at that time. So this is more about fitting in and people pleasing, and Spirit is saying that we can release, and maybe with this full moon, that's what it's about, and stuff in our heart space as well, that's keeping us in that resistance, in the resistance mode. What's been blocking our connection to self and softening of the heart. And it might be able to help you get in touch with your inner teenager, actually, with some stuff with the teenagers is coming up with these cards. But I'm feeling like there's some recommendation, not specific books but just in general, looking for some spiritual books out there that will really help you with all of this. Okay, and then we've got seek enlightenment and pursue your spiritual growth. So learning about the spiritual concepts, releasing the old paradigms that aren't serving you, that have held you back, kept you in people-pleasing mode, and that type of thing. And having a practice, of meditation and an energy practice. So a good and basic routine, and it doesn't take very long out of your day, because I know everybody's really busy, and a lot of you might do this already, but grounding your energy daily helps you to be in your body and in your own energy. It really helps you to not be scattered. I don't know about you, but some people will go around, and I've done this myself, knocking things over or just being, not really seeing stuff around you. That's when you're being scattered. You're not being in your energy, and you're not being really connected to the earth. Grounding really does make a difference. I used to be kind of skeptical with all of this kind of stuff until I started doing it. So I definitely can say it does make a difference in how you feel, your thoughts, how you deal with things that come about through your day. But being connected to your energy is really important to do. And just as well as doing chakra meditations, she's got all of her energy lit up. Okay, we are a rainbow of energy. Our chakras are the rainbow, and that is something that will help you with your attuning your spiritual abilities, is clearing out those chakras and activating those chakras. And you can get that stuff on YouTube. But anyway, I was also wanted to mention that I am offering intuitive coaching sessions. They are going to be on Zoom, and they involved me using my intuitive skills and spiritual teachings that I have cultivated over the years to help you on your journey of personal and spiritual development. So if you're feeling stuck or unclear about your next steps in life, my coaching sessions will help you unlock your inner wisdom and intuition, and help provide you with tools and support needed to guide you back to you, to your authenticity, to your truth. And we have the ability to live the life that we desire. And sometimes we just need to go deeper into conversations, into expansion. And, we can help break free from patterns, things from the past, stuff you might be still carrying around with you from relationships, and let go of any of those burdens you might be carrying with you. And just know that you can transform your life. So that is listed in my shop if you're interested. But anyway, have a great week, and thank you so much. See you later.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us here today. I am honored to be part of A1R Radio Network with the Psychic Radio. I am Margaret Phillips, for those of you who do not know me. This is our first show. This is Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips, who's me. I am a psychic medium. I also read angel cards. I also am an energy healer. So with the energy healing, I do Native American shamanic energy healing. I am a Reiki master, and I also do angelic energy healing. I am also a life coach and a certified hypnotherapist. So I do all kinds of stuff to try to help people remove whatever obstacles are in their way. So we do that. This week I apologize, had a few connection issues, so our show was going to be a little short, but this is a nice little intro so I can say hi to you guys, let you guys know. I will be here every Tuesday at 4:30 doing the Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips radio show here on Moonstruck TV. I will be at the in Plymouth meeting, Pennsylvania. Just double check. Yes, 21st. So that is it. At the Plymouth Mall for the White Expo, we kind of took over the district of the mall for all kinds of healers, and the best part about the Awaken Expo is free to attend. From Saturday, it is from 11 to 7 p.m., 11 a.m., 7 p.m. Sunday. It's 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Again, it is free to attend the Awaken Expo. Also, during the Expo, both days, there are plenty of workshops and talks that are going on. The workshops and talks are all free. So come and feed your spirit. Allow yourself to come and meet some like-minded people, get your spirit fed. Apparently, I'm not sure. Again, I apologize with the connection issues today. So the Awaken Expo is this weekend. It is Saturday from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Sunday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. We kind of take over the lower level there, and there will be plenty of vendors, healers, psychic mediums, energy healers, all kinds of healers will be there. So come check us out. There are free workshops both days, free talks on Saturday at 2 o'clock. I will be leading a group discussion on angelic and other spiritual encounters. We are going to share some of our stories. You can come. This is a safe space. You can share that thing that happened when you were a kid and you thought you were crazy and you were too scared to tell anybody. Or if it's that thing that happened last week and you think you're going nuts and you think there's a ghost in your house, or you think you saw an angel, whatever spiritual connection you want to share with us, whatever you had, we want to share it with you. We want to help you kind of realize if you're not sure what you're seeing, I'll take a look, see what spirit tells me to tell you, and we will get some insight. We will share some things. You will be in a safe space with people who don't think you're crazy because you think you saw something or you heard something or you feel something. Whatever it is, I am just here to kind of help everybody along. I try to help people obstacles from life and help them to live a better, happier life. Again, this is Saturday. It is free to attend the Awaken Expo and all the workshops. Obviously, the vendors and healers have various price points. The Awaken Expo is always a great place to meet good, holistic, new age, whatever you want to call it, spiritually minded. It's just a great, loving atmosphere. Also, to let you know, my website is www.angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. My business is called Angels Always Around Us. You can find me on Facebook under Angels Always Around Us or Margaret Phillips, either one. On my business page, Angels Always Around Us, I post daily affirmations. You'll notice there's like a Facebook group I run through. I do different things for everybody there, do different educational nuggets. So I hope you guys can see me. And if you want more information about me, you can visit my website, www.angelsalwaysaroundus.com, and join us next week where we will have a caller and we will not have any connection issues. And it's going to be a great show, and I'm going to give out some free advice. So please join us then.
watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. This is LJ and Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls as they queue up. I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Osho Zen Tarot. And in the past position, we have Turning In. This card depicts a woman in a meditative cross-legged pose. She has a smile on her face. Different faces surround her as cloud forms. This client has gone through a period learning to disengage from the distractions of the world around them. And then in the present position, we have Stress. And I love this card. If anything depicts stress, it is this imagery. We have the one-man band juggling candles while he marches to a song on balloons. He holds the leash of a monkey who holds a pin ready to pop the balloon that the one-man band is about to step on. In the present, the client is trying to do too much on their own. It's time to delegate or simply stop for a moment. And then in the future position, we have Totality. The card depicts 3 women doing a trapeze exercise. In the future, the client needs to put total awareness into their actions. If they allow their thoughts or emotions to drift and distract them, the client will miss the mark. And I find it very interesting that the client who's learned in the past how to meditate and disengage is currently got stress and distraction in the present. It's time for the client to take a break from their daily grind. Perhaps go back to meditating or just do something that will rejuvenate them in the future. The client will need to focus in the moment, one task, one breath at a time. And I see we have a caller. Hello, I see you're in Maryland.
Yes, LJ, I am. My name is Lisa.
Oh, hi, Lisa. Thank you for calling. How can I help you?
Thank you for having me. Well, I really want to connect to someone, some people. I really do. I'm not in a good place, and I need to hear a word.
Okay. Now, I'm not exactly a medium, but I'll be happy to give it a try for you, or perhaps I can get the guidance you need from the card. So, who is it that you're trying to get in touch with?
Both of my parents are now deceased.
Mm-hmm. And you're trying to reach your parents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is very quickly, if you would please, do the color red at the base of your spine, the color orange in the genitals, the color yellow in the solar plexus, the color green in the heart center, the color blue in the throat center, the color indigo in the third eye, and the color violet at the top of your head. And become aware that white light coming down from the source of all that is touches your body and goes through it into the earth. And feel that earth energy coming up through your roots, going up to the source of all that is. And I'm going to make a small prayer here and invite your parents to come join us, to help us with this reading, to help us with what there is to know, to see, to hear. And what question in general do you have for them?
Well, I just want to know if they are happy with me.
Oh dear, okay. Well, I will put down the cards and I'll tune in to see if I can pick up something for them. This mediumship is not something I do on a full-time basis, so let's see what happens.
I understand. Whatever you have for me, LJ, I'm more than truly grateful.
Hey, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you. Lisa and her parents. What's going on? Tuning in. Step forward. Okay. So I'm going to talk first about the cards that I have down, and then I'll pick up on what I'm intuiting, and we'll tie it all together for you. In the past position, I have the Hierophant reversed, and essentially what the Hierophant about is essentially facing your fears. It's almost like walking through the valley of death and knowing that as you cross through it, you're going to get through to the other side with the help of your spirits and your ancestors helping you get there. In the present position, I've got the Four of Wands, and fours are about the way that you organize yourself and the foundation that you lay down. And this has to do with your creativity and the way that you've been thinking. And in essence, we have you trying to organize yourself and trying to move forward, essentially towards the ultimate dream. And then in the future, I've got the Page of Wands with the Page of Cups reversed and the Four of Pentacles reversed. And I don't really get the sense that these pages are people in your life so much as they are markers about the things that you're trying to, the new ideas move forward with, and the inspiration that you're looking for. And then you've got the Four of Pentacles, and Pentacles has to do with your health or your wealth. And in this case, you're beginning to be able to move forward with the things that you've got in mind, or the things that you've been trying to put together. So what I'm intuiting here is I don't really get a sense that your parents are unhappy with you. They are very concerned about you. And they
left me a large inheritance, and I squandered it.
Okay. Well, it was yours to squander. They're no longer here.
Yeah. It was.
Okay. So that explains the Four of Pentacles reversed. You do need to start taking care of yourself better, which is primarily the message that I'm getting from them, is that they are looking for you to take better care of yourself and to make better decisions. You know what you need to do. But as far as any feelings of displeasure with what you've done with your inheritance, sweetie, they're beyond where that money is going to benefit them any good. They had high hopes for you, but it's the material world. It was for you to do with as
on my father's deathbed, he said, "Lisa, no more drugs." And I swear, when I looked him in his eyes and said, "Okay, Daddy," I meant it. I did, LJ. Okay. But life showed up, and I just want to be well. Do you ever see me being well? Whatever normal is. Do I have a normal coming?
All right. Well, let's pick up the cards again. I'll shuffle quickly here. And that Four of Pentacles reversed, dealing with your health and your wealth, that does have to do with beginning to regain your health. But I'm going to go ahead and shuffle and get a more concrete picture of what's going to happen with your return to health, your return to sobriety.
Thank you.
For Lisa. For Lisa.
For Lisa.
For Lisa. Well, we've got the Hierophant again back in the past. Okay. All right. This is really good news for you. The Hierophant was back in the past position. So in essence, that's all about the stuff that you dealt with in the past, and trying to and walking through that path that you were talking about before. In the present, I've got the Nine of Cups. And Nine of Cups is one of the most ultimate happy cards. That talks about coming through things and coming through a cycle. And Cups have to do with your sense of emotional fulfillment. And then in the future, I've got the Magician. And the Magician is the one who has the tools and the resources to be successful with what they do. So really what it comes down to is you can do this. You're gonna need some help. So definitely reach out for some resources as far as the help that you need, because you do have the Ace of Wands. You're gonna have some stops and starts along the way. But then with the Six of Swords reversed to you, sixes have to do with making decisions and being able to act on them. And I'm gonna hold this card up so that you can see it later in the video. But I'll describe the card to you. And right now you're in a canoe with the boatman trying to steer through these swords that are blocking up the passage through this river. So in essence, with it being reversed, those swords have fallen away, and you're able to move through and take care of the healing that you're trying to do.
So we all have a fate, but can you change your fate? Can I change my fate?
Absolutely.
I can.
That's the whole point of tarot. the point of tarot is to see the patterns, the rhythms and patterns. And then if you don't like what you're seeing, make a choice, take action. And one of the other things that we can do, and we are beginning to run out of time, but one of the things that you can do with tarot for a future reading perhaps is take a look at, okay, I've got this decision I need to make. If I do option A, what happens? And if I do option B, what happens? And that is one of the ways that tarot is very helpful for people.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I've got 60 seconds left, or actually just under a minute at this point. Did you have another question for me that I try and rush through for you?
Basically, no. I mean, you spoke on the wealth and the health, and you gave me good intuition. I'm satisfied.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much.
But if there's anything else I welcome it.
Oh, I'm down to like maybe 10 seconds or so here, so I'm going to have to let this go. But if you want, reach out to me at ravengale.com, RAVENGAYLE.com, and I'll be happy to take a look at some more for you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello, live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Enlightening TV, and Moonstruck TV. We are delighted to be the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. And our show is brought to you by Miracles of Joy in Louisville. So I wanted to bring that up and say that early in the program today. I'm your host. I'm John Capello. And we're a show, if you just tuned in, that does its best to try to dispel the skeptics about psychic ability and astrology and the different things that we are interested in. And, we last week, I guess it was a little prophetic about the things that I was talking about, because I was talking about how the planet Neptune is doing its little thing right now. And, the thing about astrology is that once you think you have something kind of honed in and you have this great insight on something, there's another area that you should be looking at as well. So we have lots of moving parts when it comes to astrology. And last week, if you didn't tune in, I talked a little bit about how Neptune was in the exact same position that it was in when the Civil War in the United States started, which is 29 degrees Neptune in Pisces. And it takes a long time for it to get to that point. It takes about 165 years to just kind of make that circular orbit around the sun. Excuse me. And when it does, it's always interesting to look at cycles. I've talked a lot about cycles during the course of the past couple of years that I've been on the show. And you always kind of look back at different where you were when the last time a planet was in a position that it's in. And for instance, for Jupiter, it's 12 years. So if you look back 12 years, you may see that there are some parallel things that are going on and lessons that are uniquely Jupiter, uniquely associated with Jupiter. And it's just fascinating to see how these things come back around. And it's all about soul's growth. And the thing about it is, like with Saturn, it's every 29 and a half years. So you have your first midlife crisis at 29 and a half, and you have your second one, the real big one, at 58 and a half, 59 years old. And so looking back at the cycle of Neptune, no one was alive. At least I don't think so. 165 years ago, and it's right there at that point when the Civil War started, and so it just was a mark of some potentially dangerous times ahead. And we're in kind of a strange situation because the planet Pluto, which takes 248 years to go around the sun, is in the placement of where it was during the Revolutionary War. And so I was looking at the outer planets, and then I realized that it's Mars. Mars is what had its hand in what happened last Saturday with President Trump. And then I looked to also see that another planet, Uranus. Mars and Uranus are conjunct in Taurus, and it's in the 6th house of the United States, the health of the country. And it's also challenging the values of the country because it's in Taurus. And so it's a kind of a reality check right now for the United States. What kind of people are we? What kind of consciousness we have? And it's really a measure of our character. And of course, I've been just so disappointed for such a long time about personalities, people that have money, and people that they say people with more money than brains get out and say stupid things and things that they shouldn't say, and then other people act on it, and it just doesn't make sense to hurt someone, that's for sure. But it's always sad when people who we may look up to say things that are inappropriate and then feel like they're entitled to make those kinds of statements, because they have a responsibility to all of us and to themselves. They usually have consequences like losing their reputation or something, and we've seen that a lot in the media, which is also in a crazy spot or in a situation where we see a lot of media personalities in the last 10 to 15 years who have lost their reputations and lost a lot of their prestige because they went out on a limb and said something stupid, something really, really defamatory about someone, and that's not good. You don't have to like everybody, but there's a certain filter that we all should have when we make statements. And it's something that I guess we all make mistakes, but it just seems like when people double down and they don't want to apologize or try to make good some of the remarks that they have made, it's very, very unsettling. So this past weekend, we had a unique conjunction that doesn't happen that often. It happens, I guess once a year or so, or a little over a year. It's a Mars-Uranus conjunction, and today those planets are 26 and 27 degrees in Taurus, and so I'll talk a little bit about that after we've talked to our first caller. I believe our first caller. Let me just see here. I believe it's April in San Diego. So let's just talk to April for just a few minutes, and we'll see what we can do for her. So April, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you today?
I'm just great.
Good.
And I'm really happy you were able to call me and take my call.
Well, you're welcome. Okay. So April, do you have a question for me? I have some impressions of what's going on, but I wanted to just check with you first. It seems like there may be some issues around a man, or maybe some financial issues. Is that correct, or do you have another question?
Yeah, it's somewhat correct. One of my questions was my future with regards to a work path, like what I should be following for income.
Okay, what is your birth sign?
I'm a Virgo.
Virgo, okay. Well,
Virgo Pisces rising. Virgo Pisces rising.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you watched the program or listened to it before, but right now, people in the mutable signs are having some issues with the planet Saturn, because Saturn is in Pisces. So if you have Saturn in your first house or 12th house of Pisces, it's about making some structural changes in the way that you think and where you want to where you want to be placed, where you are. Okay, is your current boss a male?
I wouldn't call him my boss, but I guess, yeah.
Okay, we call him a boss. Okay.
I kind of work for myself.
Okay. Well, right now, like I say, with being a Virgo, the structures in your life, work, home, relationships, the things that even your health are being kind of shaken a little bit, and those things that are not working need to be addressed, and that's why you need to look at those things. It does feel like you're going to be leaving that particular job. And of course, I know you're in San Diego, so do you like being around the water?
Well, I do, but I do like the mountains also.
Okay.
I have
well,
in the mountains.
It just seems to me like you like to work. Do you want to work outside then? Or because it just seems to me like working in an environment where you can have easy access to the water or maybe to the mountains is going to be helpful for you, because it just seems like it kind of gives you some peace of mind to be around those areas. But it just does feel like you're getting ready to make some changes, because it just seems like you like to be in a setting that is going to be pleasing to your well-being. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just giving you what comes. If that's not something that's going to make you enough money, then it does feel like you may go back to get some type of training so that you can make additional money. So what do you do now?
I do quite a few things. I do real estate. I'm also a commercial drone pilot, and I bartend.
Okay. Well,
so I do a lot of stuff.
You do stuff outside, okay? So
what's that again?
So you do stuff that requires being outside. To be a commercial drone pilot, you've got to you're flying your drones outside. I don't know if you take pictures of real estate or different projects that require like an aerial view. But because I'm wondering while I'm looking at this clairvoyantly, I'm just saying, well, it looks like she does stuff outside, and real estate, of course, is outside. If you were going to do anything else, do what? Pardon me? I didn't hear you.
You asked if I did anything else. What?
Outside. Sometimes
I bartend outside at different festivals.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, that's why I'm saying I
garden. And I garden too.
Yeah, but
I like to garden.
But when you're a commercial drone pilot, don't you have to fly
well, that's all outside. Yes.
That's all outside, right?
Okay. I have my commercial license.
But you don't do anything with it, or what?
I do some stuff with it. But
okay,
I had something else that I actually was on my mind.
Okay, what?
And it's more of a medium. Is anyone trying to contact me?
Okay. Well, is there a man in spirit, like a father or a male figure in your life that you were wanting to contact?
That I'm wanting to contact?
Well, is there a male figure that you've lost? Have you lost a father or even a brother or even a husband, someone like that?
Well, I lost a father some time ago, but I lost a male pet that was with me for 18 years, just a couple weeks.
A male pet? A male pet?
Yes.
Okay. So it's male energy. Okay. So sometimes pets come off as children even, and so I don't know if this was a cat or a dog, but it just feels like yes, then it's the pet that's around you. But I would say also that your dad is around you. I'm not sure you had the best relationship with your father, but I do feel like
I had a really good relationship with my father.
Okay, because he is around you, but with the way you were speaking, I wasn't quite sure how you were going to take that. But April, I feel like you're just an extremely independent individual. Okay, you don't like anyone to tell you what to do. You like to be very independent. You are a self-starter. You are also, because you're Virgo, are good with detail. So there's not many tasks that you can't handle. And with your Pisces rising, it just makes you kind of adaptable to doing different things. You just have such a diversity of talent. It's kind of like when you're a Jane of many trades, it's always hard to find that one that you're going to be able to settle with. So it's hard to just say, go do this because you get bored with stuff that you do, and it's almost like you have to do multitasking of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
because I know how to do so much stuff, and usually when I have to do things, it's kind of like, to me, I can do it and complete it, but then it's also kind of mundane to me.
Yeah,
I can see things that other people don't get immediately.
Yeah.
And I want to move beyond that,
Well, the only way you're going to move beyond it is, like I say, if you decided that you did want to go to a profession, get the training in a particular area, and just realize that there's going to be a lot of mundane and boring times in a career, and it's a 9 to 5 that you're looking at if you decide you want to do that. But I'm just not sure you're ever going to be able to find exactly that right thing, that one passionate thing to do, because you're used to having to do several things. It's just when the money runs out in one area, you have another area you can go to make money. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does make sense, because that's what happens. And
that's what happens.
Go ahead. And you work pretty correct with regarding that. There's some a health issue that I need to take care of.
Okay, well, that's just where you're at right now in with your sun sign, and it just works. It just works. So I'm going to have to go, but thank you very much for your call. I hope I've been somewhat helpful. But you just have to realize, accept yourself for being a person that can do a lot of different things. Okay.
Right. I didn't catch your name.
My name is John Capello.
Okay, I thought it was John. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So it's interesting that this the lady April, I don't know if she's still listening or not, but she has she's a Virgo with Pisces rising, and if you've noticed that many people that call in the past year or so have been either a Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, or Pisces, and they're the ones that are having a lot of struggle right now. And every once in a while I talk a little bit about the presidential race in the United States, and most of the candidates that ran for president especially on the Republican side were Virgos, and then we have President Trump, who's a Gemini. And then last night he chose J.D. Vance as his running mate to be vice president. And guess what? He's a Virgo. So where on the other hand, we see President Biden is a Scorpio, and I'm not sure what Kamala Harris is. I have to look and see, but I know she's a Libra. She's a Libra. So you have a Libra and a Scorpio versus a Virgo and a Gemini, and Saturn is the one that's pushing the things that are going on right now, and so it's interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what happens, and you also see all the troubles that President Trump has had, and how Saturn is in many ways caused him a lot of difficulties with legal battles and with this ridiculous thing, this horrible thing that happened to him on Saturday, and so glad he survived it. I hope that he's okay. But you're starting to see how things are swinging in his favor with the lawsuits that have been against him, because Saturn will kick your tail, but eventually there's a reward that comes with it. So we'll see if this continues with him. But the main thing that has happened with this Mars-Uranus situation is that Mars is the planet of war, and Uranus is the planet of unpredictability, and it's usually not a positive predictability. So it's just a very interesting thing. It's a time when there's lots of accidents, a lot of missteps, and lots of things that are going on, and it's not done yet. It's not done yet. And I mentioned that there are 26 and 27 degrees of Taurus. When they get to 29 degrees, let's see what happens. Okay, now they won't be together. We'll just have to see. But Mars moves faster than Uranus does, and so it's hopefully we'll see. We'll just have to see what happens, because I'm certainly not going to contribute to any kind of discourse which is not appropriate. So, we'll talk about the solutions on how to handle these things after we speak to our next caller here. Our next caller is Kathy in Lapine, Oregon. So, Kathy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
How are you today?
I'm doing fine, thank you. And you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, Kathy, are you a mom?
No.
You're not. Are you close to your mom? Is there something about mom? I keep hearing mom.
Oh, well, I mean, my mom passed away, I don't know, about 15 years ago.
Okay, so were you close to Mom then?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she must be here then because, I kept hearing Mom, Mom, Mom. And as soon as I heard your voice, I kept hearing that. So Kathy, what's your birth sign?
My birth sign is Gemini.
Okay.
Surprise, surprise.
Have you been hearing what I've been talking about?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I heard the last. But you just
Okay, well, because things are rocking and rolling in your sign right now because of the Pisces.
You're not. That's an underestimation.
Yeah, there's lots of things going on around you. But the thing about Gemini is that they're very, very adaptable, very adaptable. And so, but Gemini really doesn't like to deal in some ways with difficulties. Okay, they can, but they are such multitaskers and such they flitter here and flitter there, and they can do just about anything. They're an amazing sign. A Gemini is ruled by Mercury, as is Virgo, and it's an intellectual sign, as Virgo is, but very verbal, very fast thinkers can talk very fast as well. So with you, have you had some relationship issues?
In the past, but not really now. I'm in a new relationship.
I don't know. I'm not seeing a lot going on around you. It just seems like, are you just kind of marking time at the moment? Or is there a particular question that you have?
Well, I was just wondering what you might see in the future. I just, reconnected with my college sweetheart a couple months ago, and
that's
going well.
That's a relationship issue. I mean, it doesn't always have to be bad because what Saturn does is it either brings people together who have been waiting a long time to find a relationship, or it can be a divorce aspect. It can be a marriage aspect. Sometimes marrying under a Saturn aspect can be a really good thing because both of you are clear-eyed and both of you have gone through all of the inspection of each other, and you have learned what you want out of life. And so marrying under a Saturn aspect is not always that bad. So you just reconnected with a long-lost love. Is that right?
45 years ago, we were connected 45 years ago, and then he reached out to me in May.
Well, very good. I don't know. I feel good about this relationship. I'm glad you reconnected with him, and I'm not going to predict a marriage just right now, but I do feel like this is new and fun and light and cheerful, and it's just something that I just feel like you should pursue.
Well, I'm working on it.
Yeah, don't hold me on it.
I live in Oregon, and he lives in Ohio, so.
Oh, he does? Okay. Well, I don't know. I think that there's meat on the bone, I think there's something there. It feels like he's very genuine and that he's very interested in getting to know you better. So thank you very much for your call, and I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, all right. So I want to just kind of start wrapping things up on the program because we have about 4 minutes left or 5 minutes left, and so what I want to do is I want to tell you the best way to handle a Mars-Uranus conjunction. And this is a combustible conjunction. This is a conjunction where people's tempers can fly off the handle, and this is a temper when people will do things that they will later regret. Okay, and most of the time it's something that is under your control, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes things happen, and it's not people's fault. when lightning strikes, people, it's not their fault. It's just not their fault. A tornado comes, it's not the people's fault who lost their home, but they have to deal with the consequences, and they have to deal with whatever happens. And that's why the best thing to do is be patient. So if you feel your temperature is rising, or your anger is rising, or you're making someone upset, back off. Just be patient, and know it will pass. And just write a letter that you can tear up and throw away, or just deal with your anger in a positive way to dissipate it. So there's no reason to do something which you're going to regret. So this trance is not going to last forever. It just highlighted by what happened on Saturday. It's just something that is very, very unfortunate. So just some of my insights for what has been happening, and I want to thank you for joining me today on the program. We're here on Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, and my name is John Capello. Be sure to go to my Facebook page and like me there. If you need to contact me, go to john@johncapello.com. Once again, I want to thank Miracles of Joy for being our sponsor. They've been just great, so I appreciate them being with us. Use their promotional code 0PSO223. And we'll be here next week here on the Psychic Side, and I hope that you'll join me then. So you can also watch us on Moonstruck TV and binge watch our program. Maybe we'll have an insight that you'll like. Thank you. Bye-bye. Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. It's been a big week news-wise, and we're not going to talk about that. We're going to go straight into the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Ace of Swords. Now, this is an ambiguous sort of card, and when I used to do a lot of teaching, my students used to find this card really difficult to understand because it is the card of frustration. Now, look, I don't know anybody on the planet that doesn't have some sort of frustration at some stage or another in their life. We can't get through life without frustration occasionally. It's also the card of the double-edged sword. So by that, it means it could go either way. It could sort of go this way or it could go that way. The sword, it's the double-edged sword. It's also the card of hollow victory. Now, sometimes when we get a victory or we achieve something that we've been striving and working so hard to achieve, that when it happens, it's sort of like it's flat. It's a hollow victory. It's like, oh, is that all? I thought I'd feel differently. I thought I'd be happier or I'd be jumping for joy, but all of a sudden I feel numb. Or I feel absolutely nothing at all. That's the hollow victory. So when this card comes out in a reading, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to win or you're not going to achieve what it is that you've been aiming to achieve. It's just saying to you, maybe look at things from a different perspective. Look at it from the double edge. Look at it from one side to the other. Yes, it can be the famine or the feast, but that's what hollow victories are about. You know, you could maybe gain the feast, but you still sort of feel as if you're in your own personal famine. So when this card comes out, look at how you're going to reorganize things, how you're going to reorganize your thinking, and maybe look at what's ahead of you in a completely different way, and then you'll find more balance. Okay, so we're going to move on to the astrology section of the week. We're into the last few days of the Cancerian time, or the Cancer time of the year. So happy birthday for the late Cancers. It's a time for most of us to sort of regroup. When the sun's in Cancer, here in the Southern Hemisphere, it's cold, it's winter, it's cold, and we're all complaining about the cold, and it's sort of, you know, snowing not far from me, which is very rare in Queensland, that we get temperatures that low that it's snowing within a few hours drive. Mind you, it's only a few flakes, but, you know, we're complaining. And, you know, and it's a time where we sort of rug up, sort of, if you're lucky enough to have a fire, you sit by the fire and drink hot chocolate and play board games or watch Netflix or something on the telly and sort of, you know, read a good book. But for the Northern Hemisphere people, and it's a time of family, it's a time of getting out, enjoying yourself, enjoying the great outdoors, having a barbecue, having a cookout, having a picnic, enjoying family get-togethers, because it's a bountiful time of the year. So even though it's a time of two different halves of the Southern Hemisphere, of everybody buckling in and staying indoors and spending time with family that way and snuggling up in the warmth, it's in the Northern Hemisphere, it's the exact opposite. We want to get out, we want to explore, we want to enjoy what family's got to bring, and, you know, so to get out and have a gathering in the park or gather by the waterside, or, you know, do something really special and have a barbecue and enjoy the warmer weather. So it's a really special time. It's a time for us to reconnect with ourselves and reconnect with those that are the closest to us. Now, we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Leo at the moment. Now, with Venus sitting here, it's going to be affecting or bringing more energy towards the fire signs, which is Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, and the opposite sign is Aquarius. So we need to be very careful here how we look at Venus, because we're looking for great attention, and particularly the Leos. They're looking for the world to look at them, to sort of say, look at me, aren't I important, aren't I clever? And we won't mention somebody that also is a Leo that's had a lot of publicity or press around the world in the last few days. But it's a time where we need to make sure that we keep our ego in check as well. Nobody likes somebody that's terribly boastful and running around telling you how important they are all the time. It can turn people off you. So be careful not to become boastful or let your ego run away with yourself. It's a time, if you're looking for love, that you need to get out into places that maybe you don't venture into often. So it's sort of look at the things that Leo represents. If you're looking for love, no matter what your star sign is, you need to get out in public events. Go to a play, go to a stage event, go to a concert, go to something in the park, do something where there's loads of people around, and you've got more chance of meeting someone. So if you are seeking love or searching for that someone special in your life, make sure you get out amongst the crowd. We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Leo at the moment. And I know I cautioned a little bit on this on the last show about making sure that you don't get aggressive or angry if you need to communicate something that's very important or something that gets you all fired up and riled up. Make sure that you tone your temper down. Tone the way that you deliver the message, because sometimes you can get people offside just by your attitude and the way that you've come in roaring like a lion, instead of coming in a very forthright, dynamic way and be forceful but in a calmer tone. You'll get further if you do that. If you come in roaring like a lion and rant and rave and jump up and down, you won't really get people's attention. You'll just rub them up the wrong way and they'll switch their listening ears off and nothing will be achieved. So be very careful of that. If you have some important conversations that you've got to say, or, you know, communication with other people, make sure that it's definite, it's strong, but it's not dictatorial and it's not bossy. Because the moment you do that, they'll switch off and you'll lose the opportunity to get your message across in a dynamic sort of way. So we're now moving to Uranus is in Taurus. Now, Uranus in Taurus is going to affect Tauruses. It's going to affect Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So for the other remaining 8 signs, it's just going to wash over us. It's not going to be as intense or as strong. So we've got Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is conjunct or holding hands with Mars in Taurus. Now, Uranus is first. So Uranus is like the planet of the unusual, the unexpected, like the bolt of lightning, things that can come out of nowhere. Now, it can be positive or negative. So it's clearing a pathway. So we need to be very aware of that there could be opportunities that will come literally out of nowhere that are clearing a pathway, may not always be to our liking to begin with, but bear in mind it will end up being for our own good. So we need to be aware of this very fast-moving energy because Mars is conjunct or holding hands with the planet Uranus here. Now, Mars is the planet of action. It's the planet of war. It's the one that gets us out of bed. It's our ego. It's our drive. It's where we sort of, get motivated from. So we need to be very careful here that as openings happen, and we may not be particularly happy with them to begin with, we don't get our angry hat on or our war hat on and say, bang, 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 this is how this is going to be. I'm not putting up with this. We need to stop, take a breath, and look at why the situation's happened. It may not be to our liking, but maybe it could be turned around into something incredibly positive or an incredible opportunity that we wouldn't have had this not happened. So maybe just by taking a breath or two or a moment or two to think about it and analyse it and look at it, maybe we can see a different perspective that Uranus is trying to share with us. Then we've got the determination and the energy of Mars to bring it to fruition. It's not always meaning it has to be negative. It can be the most amazing opportunity that's come through the door too. And again, I would say stop, take a breath, absorb it, look at it, how you're going to handle it, and sort of then proceed. Don't just go like the bull in the china shop at 110 mile an hour and then think, oh, gee, I wish I'd just, done it this way or that way. I would have got a better result. That's why I'm cautioning, no matter whether it's positive or negative, stop, look and listen, take a couple of breaths, reassess the situation, and then go forward. We have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity and luck, is sitting in Gemini at the moment. So it's going to be there for another 6 months or so. So it's really opening the doors to opportunities for Gemini. So, look around your local environment, sort of keep your ear to the ground when you're communicating with people. There may just be some opportunities that are going to land in your lap that you need to be very aware of. Now, this is going to also be affecting Librans and Aquarians. So it's, it is a time of golden opportunities. But those golden opportunities only come to us if we've really worked for them or we deserve them. Just because Jupiter's there in Gemini doesn't mean everything you're going to touch has the Midas touch and it's going to turn to gold and you're going to be, doing the yippee dance. It means that you still need to be aware that sometimes we can want things that aren't necessarily good for us, or we can exaggerate things or embellish things. And Jupiter here can take things to bigger heights, sometimes to heights that are exaggerated or not necessarily healthy for us. So we need to make sure that we keep it in check as well. So just be aware of that. The opposite sign is Sagittarius, so they may be experiencing a little bit more of a push-pull situation, that there is opportunities coming their way, but it's also a time of, do I really want it? I really need to sort of check out the competition, check everything out from every possible angle, because Gemini is very flighty sort of energy and sort of, a little bit like the social butterfly, flitting from one situation to another and never really standing still to maybe sometimes analyse things carefully enough, where the Sagittarian energy is a little bit more forthright than that. They do like opportunities, they do like the grass being greener on the other side of the fence, but they also need a certain amount of stability. They can be quite deep thinkers, but very quickly. And that's why people don't give them a lot of credit for being a deep thinker, but they can do it in a matter of seconds, where it takes a lot of the other signs much longer process before you come to the same realisation. So for Saggies, what I'm going to suggest to you is that, yes, there's opportunities out there, but make sure they're the opportunities that you want. There's always a price tag attached to a new opportunity, and that may be, you're getting a new job where you've got more income coming in, but what's the ramifications of that? Is it taking you away from family life? Is there more hours expected of you? Is there more responsibility? And if all those things are comfortable with you and you get the opportunity, then grab it with both hands. If you're not, then say, thank you, I gracefully decline. I'll wait for the next bus to come along. So we're also moving into what's known as part of the karmic part of the chart. Now, this will affect each and every one of us, but it will affect this particular sign the most is Scorpio, followed by Pisces, followed by Cancer, and the opposite sign of Taurus. So, and it'll then wash over the other remaining signs. Now, what I'm talking about is known as a part of fortune. Now, part of fortune is not where we find the rainbow with the pot of gold at the end of it with the leprechauns doing the happy dance. It's where we want to feel most fortunate in our lives, or where we want to bring in some new opportunities or things that surround us that make us smile. Now, this part of fortune, which is a karmic part, is holding hands or conjunct to the moon. So what I'm sort of leaning towards with this, that the part of fortune is asking us to find happiness or balance within ourselves on an emotional level. Now, look, it doesn't matter what your star sign is. In the last couple of months, every star sign's been touched in some form or another, where there's been adjustments and decisions to be made, opportunities that some people have been able to grab with both hands. Other people have had opportunities that have slipped through their fingers. No matter what it is, it's left a very emotional situation there for everyone. And it's like a lot of people are feeling sort of a little bit emotionally wrung out at the moment. Now, what I'm feeling from this with the part of fortune there and being in such an intense sign in Scorpio, it's going to start to slowly fill us up again on an emotional level. Now, for some people, the emotions may be a little bit negative or a little bit dark or very intense, and you think, I don't want to go there, I don't want to look at it. Well, do it in small, manageable bites. Don't do it in big pieces if you can't manage it emotionally or whatever way. Just do it in small, manageable sections, and that way you will gain the maximum out of this. Now, this is not going to be around us for much more than about 48 hours, so please don't waste this very powerful, intense energy. Make sure that you work with it, no matter what your star sign is. It's an opportunity to look at things, understand them, own them, and then let them go. We all are constantly changing and moving very fast at the moment in our lives, that we need to make sure that we're processing things and completely letting them go before we move on to the next part. We still have Chiron in Aries, so for the fire signs, and particularly Aries, it's a time of sort of understanding where the wounds are coming from. Are they past life situations? Are they current life situations? This Chiron will be affecting the fire signs above anything. It's Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So it's asking us to sort of go dig deep into our soul, understand those things that we maybe need to be looking at, that we need to sit in that sort of energy, look at it, understand what the lessons were, what we gained from it, and then release it. Particularly for Aries, it's a time when you could be changing direction, that, you were on a pathway and you were very set on that sort of pathway, but all of a sudden it's like other ideas are niggling around the edge of the circle, sort of trying to poke a hole in it, saying, well, have you thought about this? Have you looked at it in that way? Doesn't mean one's right or wrong. It just means please have an open mind. Please remain flexible. The best laid plans of men and mice may need to change, because things, life is not static. It's always constantly growing and changing. And it's a very spiritual or emotional time for Aries in particular, where there is a lot of growth to be made on a spiritual sort of level, and very much a lot of healing to be happening. So don't waste these opportunities. We're going to take our first caller, and it's Ashley in the Providence of Rhode Island in the USA. Are you there, Ashley?
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yeah, I was just wondering about maybe love life, or if there's a message from somebody who passed.
Darling, they don't necessarily just all jump in just because we're here from the other side. It's sort of, we have such a limited time, and sometimes it takes them a little bit longer if they want to come through with a message. But if they do, I certainly will share one with you. Do you have anybody in particular that you're looking at as far as your love life? If so, can I just have their first initial, please?
Not anybody in particular. Me and my sons actually we just got our own apartment, so we're starting completely fresh and over, and I left a 16-year relationship, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, I always ask, because sometimes people have got somebody of interest that, the sparks haven't flown yet, and they want to know about, the potential of the relationship. Look, I'm sorry that your 16-year relationship came to an end, but maybe it was time for that to come to an end too, that maybe the growth that was in the relationship had exhausted itself and it was time for the two of you to part company. You seem to be hanging on to far too much emotion connected to that. Over the next couple of days, the next week, I want you to sort of allow that to come in and look at it, own it, and then dismiss it. Let it go. We don't need to be taking that into the next part of your life, the next chapter of your life. I do actually see love coming into your life, and I don't feel it's going to be just yet. It's like not until around about October, November this year before I think the right person is going to cross your path. And I'm not saying don't go on a date between now and then. I'm just saying just be open to what the universe brings towards you, knowing that you may not find that special someone till around that time of the year. That's the very earliest. It's not necessarily when it's going to happen, but that's what they're showing me on your soul's timeline, that's the earliest that someone's coming in. It's actually interesting because I've got two gentlemen coming towards you. One's got sort of blonde wavy hair. If his hair was longer, we'd sort of see almost it kicking up at the ends, almost slightly curly. I like him. He's playful. He's fun to be with. I'm just not sure that he's mature enough for you. That's my only criticism about this guy. I mean, look, you'll have fun. You go out, you laugh, you have a good time, but you sort of start to feel after you've been on about 4 or 5 dates with him, I don't see a serious side. I don't see a grown-up side to him. It's sort of almost like a child in a man's body. And maybe that's what you need just for a little while to sort of go out, have some fun, learn how to let your hair down, and know that that's not necessarily what you want in a partner long term. The second gentleman that comes in has got more mid-brown hair, bluey-greeny coloured eyes too, but he seems to be more together. It's sort of like, yes, there's a playful side there, but there's also a grown-up side, a responsible side there as well, and I think he's self-employed. He's the one that I've got my money on. I really like him. I think it's going to be a slow growing relationship, but I feel it will develop into something very, very serious, and I think the two of you will have a good life together. There's quite a bit of activity from the other side, but there's nobody really sort of jumping forward, actually giving me a specific message. It's sort of like they're all lined up there as if they're going to a rock concert, holding their breath, waiting for the show to start. So I feel that they're doing that in anticipating, waiting for your show to start, for your life to start moving forward, for your life to start sort of unfolding. So is that how you've been feeling, that sort of like you're waiting for everything to get going?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, and that's what they're showing me from the other side. It's like collectively all your passed over relatives are standing there at the gate waiting, waiting for something to sort of happen so that then they can sort of all leap into action and help you in whatever way that their role is. So I wouldn't look at this as a negative. I'd look at this as very much a positive and know that you've got a lot of people on the other side working or waiting to work for you or to work with you to help you. So, we need to sort of work through these emotions. That was the most important thing they showed me. And then once that's sort of sorted, then there will be opportunities to sort of start, building a life again and getting out there and having some fun. And it's really good. Anyway, Ashley, that's where we're going to leave it. I hope that, you'll find what you're looking for, but don't be frightened to sort of change your mind. If it feels great today and tomorrow you've got a different version of what you want, that's okay too. Eventually it'll all level out and you'll know exactly what the path is that you want to, embark on and what you hope to achieve. We're going to talk with Denise in Memphis in Tennessee. Are you there, Denise?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Denise?
Yes. I just wanted to look at two things. I know I just got a divorce, so I'm trying to figure out my love life situation and if you see anything like a promotion.
Okay, all right. Look, it's always interesting when we go through massive changes in our lives, like a divorce, Denise, that it's sort of like then it overflows into other areas of our life too, that we start looking at other things like work and friends and family and, reorganising and revamping and re-energising things. And that's a good thing because, it has been a major shift in your life and you've had to sort of work through the positive and the negative emotions that all swell up around the time of a divorce because, it is a sad time, even though it's a time we know and a decision we know we have to make. It is still sort of a loss. And people don't look at it as a loss. They look at it, oh, well, that was a mistake and it didn't work out. Nothing is ever a mistake. I don't believe we get married to get divorced. But sometimes, it doesn't pan out the way that we had hoped or anticipated. So, you need to own all those emotions and be able to work through them. Look, I do feel that there's going to be new love, but darling, I'm going to say it's not going to be till next year. And I'm not saying that you're going to sit at home alone every day of the week and not, go out and have a social life. I just think until about March next year, I want you to be footloose and fancy free. I want you to go out, enjoy yourself, go on a date. If somebody pops up that, asks you out on a date and you feel comfortable with it, go out. I want you to experience life again. I feel that you need to understand who the new Denise is becoming. And you're not necessarily going to fall back into those old habit patterns that you were in when you were married. I want this new, beautiful Denise to emerge. You're like a rose, the bud's there, but we want to see it start to blossom and we want to see it start to open up. So that's a good thing. As far as the job situation is concerned, look, I do feel that there will be a change of job. I don't feel very comfortable with where you're working at the moment. There seems to be too many chiefs and not enough Indians running around there. And there's a real negative sort of energy going through the place. The best thing that you can do is just put your head down, do your job to the best of your ability. Don't get involved in any of the so-called office politics that are going on around you. And he said this and she said that. Just don't get involved. Look as if you're interested. Oh, fancy that. Oh, really? But you're not saying anything much. You're looking as if you're really interested in what, somebody's got to say, but you're not taking it on board and you're really not offering an opinion. I do feel that there could be a new job as early as September. They're showing me sort of like from now till then, there seems to be a number of jobs that you'll sort of think about or actually apply to that, you won't get interviews to everything, but I want you to sort of, make it broad. Don't just sort of make it a narrow job search. Make it sort of a little bit more exciting, a little bit more interesting, something that's going to stretch you, something where you might only have 75% of the capabilities, but the other 25% you'd be prepared to learn. Let's just open your world up to a lot of new potential. This next job, I feel, will be reasonably close to home. I think it gives you flexibility and it certainly gives you a better pay packet at the end of the week and better, benefits and things like that. It's time for change. And you're embracing change, Denise, in the most positive of ways. And that's a good thing because, you had such a long period of time prior to the divorce where I think you actually sort of felt stuck. You felt as if your life was quite stale and it was stuck and it was sort of like everything went at a snail's pace. Well, now everything's going sort of like a rocket, but I just want to pull it back a little bit and sort of say, let's just enjoy the journey as well. We don't need everything to go at a frenetic pace all the time. We do need to pull it back and hold on to the reins a little bit, and that way you'll gain more out of it. But you're going into a very beautiful area of your life, Denise, and you're going to emerge like this beautiful butterfly out of, being in the cocoon for so long. Oh, it's lovely to see, Denise. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
Thank you. That helped a lot. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. That's Denise, and we've been talking with Ashley, and, both of these ladies are going through massive changes. There's lots of people are around the world at the moment. There's lots of change in the air. This week I want to leave you with a very, very, very special song. I'm always fairly busy, but I do try and get some downtime and watch a movie or watch a documentary or something occasionally. I find that really sort of recharges my batteries. And last night I actually sat down in front of the telly and watched something on Netflix here in Australia, which was very close to my heart and I'm very passionate about. And I think even after all these years, it's still something that I think the world should, unite on and sort of come together again in a positive way. And I'm talking about the documentary on the making of the USA Africa, We Are the World. And the documentary is called The Greatest Night of Pop. Well, I found it so uplifting, so inspiring, and so amazing to see so many wonderful singers that all came together to make this beautiful song, to raise money to feed the children in Africa that were starving and dying. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could turn around and do something like that again, instead of focusing on all the wars and the politics and all the garbage in the world, that we all united as a world and did something positive again like that? That, there wasn't a country in the world, whether they spoke English or not, they all felt the energy and the power of that song. Wouldn't it be beautiful if we could all reunite together as a world and do something amazing like that? Even if it's something that we do locally for our own community, if we all got out and did something a little, contributed to something in some special way in the next 7 days, I know we collectively as a group of people around the world could make a very, very big difference. And I think, you know, there's a lot to be said for things like that. I mean, this documentary, the making of this song goes back to 1985, and it was Lionel Richie and Michael Jackson that wrote the song. And it's just beautiful to see how all these people were able to leave their egos sort of at the door and come together collectively and put down one of the most iconic songs of, you know, our lifetime. And it will go on for many, many, many lifetimes, I think. It's going to be one of those songs that will go down in history as it did change the world. So if you get a chance to watch it, it's called The Greatest Night of Pop. It was on Netflix here in Australia, and it was an amazing documentary. So I'll leave you with that. USA, Africa, we are the world. Bye for now.
Here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Lightning TV, and a bunch of other places on the internet. So welcome to our program. I'm your host, John Capello. It's 5 o'clock on Tuesday here. And I'm broadcasting from Tornado Alley in North Texas. We've had plenty of them, including close to it this morning. We've had a lot of really, really high winds that would have qualified for a zero tornado or a zero, what do they call it, 0 degree tornado or whatever. And so we made it okay. We lost power for a little bit, but we're okay. But, you know, if you've tuned into our program, you know that I like to talk about psychic stuff and fancy other stuff, you know, things that we like